Hi everyone, so this is SDC Startup School, and today one of our innovation drive, the SDC Launchpad, will have the founders that have been through this 8 weeks journey pitch their startups, and we'll have real-time real-time results from our judges. And in a short while, we'll be starting, so we'll keep you posted. Welcome to stay with us. We'll just begin shortly. Okay, so on stage is one of our judges, and we have the other. So one, as you can see, the first judge is called Taiwo Bansako, and we also have Tolu on board. So at this stage, let me bring Taiwo just to say hi, and then Tolu as well.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible? Can
Yes.
everybody hear me?
Yes, yes.
All right. Well, glad to be here. You need me to do a quick intro or just to say hello?
Just to say hello.
All right. Hey, everyone.
Yeah. So just to ask, where are you based? Is it Nigeria?
No, I'm actually I'm based in London at the moment, so I'm currently in London calling in.
Yeah. Sounds nice. Okay. Tolu, please say hi.
Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you all.
Yeah. Sounds nice. So Tolu is in Nigeria, I guess.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Oh,
Yes, I'm
nice.
in Nigeria.
Okay, so let me bring Cynthia. Cynthia, please say hi. Hi, Cynthia.
Hi everyone, it's good to be here. Hi Tolu, good to see you. All. Can you guys hear me good?
Yes, we can hear you, Cynthia. Yeah.
It's good to be here. Hi everyone, fantastic morning
Hi.
to you from Nigeria. It's good to be here.
Oh, so where are you, Cynthia?
I'm in Nigeria right now.
Oh,
Um,
hi. So we have a session packed with really judges of history and guys with experience, and therefore, in the interest of time, allow me just to begin immediately. So I'll just give us the order of events. So this is how we'll do. Uh, we'll have myself just give you what will be happening. So the first thing, we'll have the founder speech. The founders have 15 minutes pitching, and I'll give them some room so I can extend just a bit. So 5 minutes of pitching, and then immediately we'll have the judges ask some questions and to get their clarities and prove some confidence in what they're pitching. And so that will be the first thing that we'll be doing. So the first team to pitch will have Rumi. Rumi's founder is called Shalom, and that should be at 11:30. So in the meantime, I just want to invite one of my colleague. He's called Clinton, and Clinton will do the intros and give the judges time to speak and to give us a history of themselves. So Clinton, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, William. I hope you guys can hear me well. Am I audible enough?
Yes, you are.
William, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes,
All right. Sorry about that. Today we are honored to have an exceptional panel of judges. These are individuals with immense experience, insight, and commitment, and that will guide this competition and help us to choose the winners that will truly stand out. These are individuals that have experienced vast experience in so many fields in major industries, and they have quite a number of experience in different sectors. So I believe they are very capable, and they are going to guide us very well in this session. Mine is just to introduce them. I'll just mention a few, but give them a chance to speak for themselves. I cannot say all about them because they have so much in their profile that I'm not able to put together into a few minutes. So I'll just mention them and give them a chance to introduce themselves properly. So we'll start off with Tolu, who is also a founder and a CTO at GAMP. He is also a tech enthusiast. He's a business analyst. He's a product manager, and so much more experience. He's very good and very experienced in engineering, together with technology, and as well in business. So this is an individual that is well knowledgeable and capable of undertaking any task. I'll not say much about him. I'll just welcome Tolu to introduce himself. Karibu. Welcome, Tolu.
Thank you very much, Clinton. Nice to meet you all, everyone. As I mentioned, my name is Tolu Anifamukunwa. I am the CTO and co-founder of GAMP. And I started off my career working. I had a short stint in management consulting, after which I went into working on startups full time. I've worked across a number of industries, including logistics, hardware engineering, software development, and then finance and crypto. And today I lead products and experiences and engineering at GAMP, which is a lifecycle device management uh, company. We've built a sequence or a series of product experiences for consumers, including retail customers and businesses, for devices that enable them to have access to own, easily maintain, and to manage their devices from the beginning of their life cycle. That means from purchase until they recycle these devices. And today we support thousands of customers, and that experience has been wonderful so far. I am very happy to be here again, chatting with the SDC founders cohort for the SDC Launchpad, and I am looking forward definitely to the beautiful things that the entrepreneurs are building. Thank you very much. Cheers.
All right, thank you very much, Tolo, for that a good breakdown of who you are, and we appreciate what you're doing. And we are very glad to have you on the team to support us, and we are glad that you were able to make time and join us. So I'll introduce the next judge, who is Taiwo, who is also a very experienced strategist and operations manager. He's also worked at Amazon with over 2 years of experience professionally. Uh, he also has a master's in information systems and management. As I said earlier, these are guys who are very experienced in terms of technology, business, and engineering. So this is just a sneak peek of who Taiwo is. I'll give him a chance to introduce himself properly. Welcome, Taiwo.
Thanks a lot for the warm introduction. I'll try and keep it brief. Not much more I could add to that. But yep, Taiwo, I'm actually based in London. I have 10 years experience across technology consulting. I did a small stint as a startup founder myself within logistics. And then kind of started focusing on startups, right? I've worked in expansion. So I was expanding across sub-Saharan Africa for a leading expansion for a streaming platform. And we were fortunate enough to launch in Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria. On on from that, I went to build out a product team for an agriculture startup in northern Nigeria as well, where we were actually delivering financial services to smallholder farmers in the region. And since then, also got my MBA from HEC Paris, and then went on to work at Amazon as an ops manager. And then more recently moved to Revolut as a strategy and operations manager, where I'm really focusing on leading our automation and AI adoption within the financial operations team. Really excited to be here. I'm excited to hear some of the new and bright ideas that should be coming out from this session. And I'm looking forward to the pitches. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Taiwo, for that introduction. I know that is just a few of what you can do, but we are hoping to experience that knowledge in this event. Thank you very much. Now I'll introduce our final judge, who is Victor Danian. He's also a founder. He founded Nearpace. He has over 3 years of professional experience at Nokia. We all know Nokia is a huge company with so many years. He's also participated in the 2022 Y Combinator Startup School, which is one of the best startup school available, of course, alongside SDC as well. He's also a graduate of London School with distinction, not just a pass, a distinction in business-related education. Welcome, Victor. To give us a proper introduction, I've just mentioned 1 or 2 things about him. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Sorry, can I go ahead without turning on my video?
Yes, it's all right. We can hear you properly.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm again happy to be here, back again. I've always had a very lovely experience being here, and it's really delighting to hear other founders speak and see how we can also support, to encourage word of wisdom and advice, so you can have the leverage that we didn't have, and also don't get to make the same mistake that we made. And of course, time is essential. If you get to skip our mistakes, then you move faster. And those are the very important things that you get to have from having opportunities like this. Aside from that, you've also gone through the program, you've learned a lot. This is an opportunity where you also have to practicalize what you've learned, and feel free to be yourself, ask questions. Like I always say, failure, right, is a stepping stone to success. So don't be afraid to ask questions. Just portray yourself, and feel free. Let's help you as much as we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've also just been updated that we have Ndu, the founder of Brand Drive, also on the team. Welcome, sir, and introduce yourself as well.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Great to be here. Interesting conversation. Just confirm if you can hear me, please.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can hear you audibly and also see you.
Okay, great. So great to be in the conversation today. Happy to also hear some of the pitches coming out from some of the right ideas we've seen the past few weeks. My experience has just been from development to design, strategy, and more recently data and AI. Practically, the reason I'm very focused on the partnership with SDC is heavily to be able to ensure that a lot of founders essentially don't make a large amount of the mistakes we've also made from our experiences. And I'm happy to see all of what we get to see today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ndu. That was just maybe 1% of who you are and what you can do. We've experienced your experience through our partnership with SDC, and we believe that you're one of the people that we appreciate to have you on board, and we're looking to a very exciting engagement and for you to share your insight and knowledge. to our panelists today and also us to learn from you as well. Thank you very much. Now, I'll pass over the mantle back to my colleague.
I think you're on mute, Henry.
Oh, sorry. So thank you all. We are really happy to have you on board, and we are looking forward to a great session with you. And at this stage, I want to bring in our principal partner, Madam Cynthia, and have Cynthia say a word. So Cynthia, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Good morning from Nigeria. Thank you so much. This is a day that we've all been waiting for the past. This is our ninth week so far. It has been quite an exciting journey. Seeing the founders come from just having an idea to actually building something that can generate revenue. When we think about what made us start SDC, the biggest part was while I was in the UK, getting exposed to the entrepreneurship I realized how much of a gap we have back home in Africa, and I was moved by that need and started to return back and see what I can do. And so after I returned, I supported quite a number of incubator programs, and I realized that there is a stage in the entrepreneurship journey that needs the founders need a lot of help with, which is figuring out if they should become founders or not. And then if they decide to become founders, how do they move from just having an idea in their head build, right? One of the challenges that we've seen with entrepreneurship education and startup education on the continent is that a lot of young founders have to depend on WhatsApp banter. They have to depend on YouTube videos. Usually YouTube videos made by the Westerners with little or no context to how things are in Africa, what's like to build a company from scratch in Africa. And that was one of the biggest motivations, which is what can we do to meet that pre-idea/idea stage of a startup founder where they can know what it takes, and know what it means, and know how to actually move from just having an idea in their head to actually putting something, and then get them to the stage where they can start generating revenue and then hand them over to other partners who can now support the rest of the journey. And so we've done that through some of the very remarkable platforms like the SDC Startup School, which has reached to students from all over the world, over 3,000 students from countries as far as India, China, to within Africa, Botswana, Tanzania. We have students who learn the basics of what's like to build a startup, and then they go on to participate in the Launchpad. So the startup school is free, is accessible to all. It's like this space is fully online. But the Launchpad is our response to the needs that some of these students were making, which is we want, to be in a close community of other founders like us who are participating in the startup school, where we can actually build, we can present some of the ideas that we're thinking about, and we can get expert support. And so we started the Launchpad just a little over a year now. And this is our fifth batch, and we're super proud of every single batch, every single founder that has gone through the startup school and also the startup Launchpad, the SDC Launchpad, because the mindset of the founders is like the biggest thing that we've seen, right? Where they're moving from just, okay, wanting to just raise funding to actually thinking about, okay, how can I start making money from customers from day one, right? How can I find a problem around me, build a company, from that problem and start generating revenue? And that's one of the biggest principles that we give to the founders. And we have experts, some of them are in the room. Tony is here. Indy is also here with us. Victor, who has been with us multiple over the years. And these people show from real life example how they're doing it. We have a very well vast faculty that are focused on helping these guys move from 0 to 1. And we're super proud of the progress we've made. We can't wait to do so much more. And we're so grateful to everyone who has joined us today to celebrate with us. But not just celebrate with us, these founders, but also give feedback, to them. Also partner with them if you see an opportunity for collaboration, investing them in an opportunity for investment. Also talk about them, that you think you find it useful. And we're super glad, and we can't wait to see some of the founders pitch what they've been working on for the past 8 weeks. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Oh, thank you so much, Cynthia. And once again, thank you so much, all. And just to repeat myself, if you don't know me, my name is William, and I have the privilege today to coordinate the session. And for us today, this, as Cynthia puts it, is a special day. So over the last 8 weeks, the founders have been through real work, trying to build and refine what they already had in mind. So they identified a problem, and through the Launchpad, we helped them to refine the problem, to niche that problem, and even find a solution to that. And so I'm very excited today, and I'll just welcome one of the first founders who will be pitching, and this is the founder of Rumi. So Rumi is a matchmaking platform, and so it's like just when you're looking for apartments in Lagos or in Nigeria as a whole, so they just match you with an apartment that meets all your needs. So we all know Tinder, so Rumi is the Tinder of apartment seekers. So for that reason, I just want to bring him on stage, and then once he's finished pitching, I'll bring the judges on board so they can ask some questions regarding what Rumi is building. Thank you all, and oh my, seems like he's having problems with the internet, so I'll give him a few more minutes to join. As Cynthia puts it, so we all know SDC has different innovation drives, and today is the Launchpads, and we are hoping that we will guide them through the judges. Your feedbacks will guide them through to move from the Launchpad to other innovation drives, and such as the startup stories. Cynthia, do you have something else to say?
Sure, absolutely, absolutely. One of the biggest impacts that we've seen is how, a founder who comes into the program, they have just an idea, something that is bugging them, and they were able to sort of break it apart and spend like 8 weeks helping them figure out is the problem worth solving, if they can make money, if there's a big market waiting for them, and they're able to really test to see if there's a market for them, and they start generating revenue. I think that's one of the biggest success stories that we've seen over the years, and we just want to maintain that. And also, once they're done, we want to hand them over to other programs. So, like proper programs, incubator programs across Africa, we hand them over. Some of them, want to join an incubator program straight on, and they can, go on to build till they're ready to maybe join another program that can support their journey along the way. So we see ourselves at that, pre-incubation stage, um, you know, building the fortitude and the mindset of what's like to be an African founder, and just having the right mindset going forward, so that whatever it is that they're doing many years after will be based on the foundations that we've laid for them. Our other innovation drives, like the champions, which is focused on university students, which went live this year, we're going to support university student founders. We also have the startup stories as well. We also have the startup stories as well, which is where we tell stories of founders who have made. We have the founder of Nearpace, who's also on the podcast. We have other founders who have built over the years, and that becomes like a good resource and case study for the startups, right? So this is more or less like a holistic framework that we're using to address that pre-incubation layer of startup education. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, interesting. And as we wait for Shalom to join, so he's joining in a minute. Tolu, you've been through this process with us for quite some time. How has been the experience, and what can you say so far about it?
Yes, so thanks for the opportunity to speak about this. A few months ago, I was at the 80, that's African Tech Expo here in Lagos, and someone walked up to me and he tapped me and said, "Thank you very much for your advice and guidance during the demo day, the showcase day rather." And I just thought back and I remembered he was one of the team members from a previous cohort who had pitched at a showcase day like this. And we had walked through the process together. I think he came second place. And they had grown substantially well since then. And they had learned a lot from that experience. Something else I found was recently, about 2 weeks ago, I saw there was a program going on again, and I saw his name pop up there again, and it was wonderful seeing the kind of growth he had experienced. And I think these opportunities like this provide a platform that allows you learn a lot more uh, from people that have experienced the same challenges you are about to experience, because the problems are usually very similar, at least from a point of looking at the foundations. Yes, and the problems you usually have are similar. Maybe the tools that we have are different, the platforms we use are different, the customers are different, but the nature of the problems are very similar. And so the learnings you get from talking to experienced founders, from learning from them in a room, can save you quite a lot in terms of like making sure you are able to keep your runway, making sure you are able to maintain focus on the right things, making sure you know when to raise, how to raise, making sure you know what to work on from the very beginning, and making sure you have the right people around you to build with you. So I think there are a lot of people that will look back at the SDC Launchpad platform today and will be very thankful of the experience that they've gone through, because that set them up for the many wonderful other things that they will do in their future. And this is an experience that one should look forward to, irrespective of whether or not you are one of the listed people to pitch or you are the eventual winner. It doesn't matter. What matters is what we've learned in that space. And I hope everybody can feel the importance of the moment and take advantage of it. And then looking back many years and connecting the dots, I hope this serves as a very memorable moment of shared lessons and a launch for everybody. Thank you.
Interesting, interesting. And I really like your feedback. But then, Victor, you two have been through the same process. And I guess you have something to say, or you've met someone just like Tolu has met someone. Hello, Victor. Can you hear us?
Sorry, I lost you for a second.
Oh my, I'm sorry. So I'm just saying that as Tolu has been through the process and he feels it has had a lot of impacts. What's your side of story, as you two have been with us for quite some time?
All right, thank you. So what we do here is very, very impactful for all of the cohort members. I've had several people reach out to me via LinkedIn and to shed light on areas where they've gotten better understanding, not just from things I've shared, generally from everyone, or things that you even learned during the cohort, and we get to explain better. So this is this is practical, right? It's an opportunity for people to learn and also have an interactive session with founders who have some couple of years of experience. So it has been really impactful, and I've seen that from several people who have reached out to me via, I think, mostly LinkedIn, to share their highlights on things that they would have done wrong lessons they've learned and how it has improved them personally and also the organization they're trying to start up.
Very good feedback. I'll give one last person a chance before Shalom joins. So, Ndu, you've been with us through the process of grooming the founders until this stage where now you are just going to give them a tap on their back that please go and do this, and then you will succeed. What do you have to say about this?
Yeah. Hi. So
Hi.
invariably, yes, invariably, I think the ultimate goal is always to ensure that this business is thrive, regardless of regardless of the stage they're in. And for us, I think this opportunity is I always think of it as like a full circle moment, personally, because some years back, I was probably right on the other side of the table. I think I had like two opportunities where I had to pitch something similar in some accelerator, and the learning curve I got from I was not even in the first five, to be very frank, but the knowledge and the learning curve I got from judges feedback, I took all of that as silent weapons into building a lot of strategies and ways to be able to grow all of my companies. So I think the ideal thing is to ensure that anyone here, any founder here, pitching or not, actually gets to utilize this opportunity as a clarity moment for them to be able to scale, even in the short run, not even so far first. I'm saying it becomes a very structured moment for them to go into next year, understanding how best to navigate the seas of basically doing business.
Interesting. Thank you. And at this stage, thank you, Ndu, again. And at this stage, let me invite Shalom on stage. My God, is it still the network problem? Because so as we keep waiting for Shalom with the internet problem that he has, I want to bring back Mr. Taiwo, who has been through the business building phase for quite some time, to tell us what do you think these kind of sessions will have like an impact on these founders? Is it something that is always available, or what do you think about this, especially in the future of Africa? Because the goal is to try and bring in as many sustainable startups as possible for us.
Yeah. So I think there are a number of things I can say on the topic. I think on the one hand, these platform sessions are really good for individuals to not just learn from people like myself and the other judges who have had either some stint in the kind of startup journey, but also have maybe worked in companies that have seen like success or accelerated growth. But it's also an opportunity for them to learn and network with themselves and kind of like build relationships with other founders, right? Like nobody knows your journey like a founder that's currently on it, right? Nobody can share or the pain that you're going through, or be just as excited for your successes like someone that's in the battlefield with you. So definitely kind of use these opportunities to not just get the feedback from us judges and to kind of interact, but to also kind of really build these relationships with everybody else that's in the cohort with you. I think on the second part is that it sounds obvious, but really, like stay away from the obvious questions and really try and tap into the knowledge that we have here and the knowledge that you have access to, right? Like if there's something that feels like you could Google it, then Google it, right? But when you want to really ask someone like a genuine question that doesn't seem obvious, like use this opportunity to do that, whether it's like even just how to deal with the emotions of like going through the journey, whether it's like like what's the one thing that they felt like they did that really turned it around for them, or what do they think about when they really feel like they should be giving up, but they're not giving up? Like, those are questions that you can't Google. So, you know, it's really always good to try and think about who's in the room, what perspective that they have that you wouldn't otherwise have access to, and really leverage that. I think those would be some of the takeaways or advices that I would give.
Yeah, interesting. So thank you. I hope this gets into everyone's mind, especially those pitching and even those streaming. So with that, I'm honored to invite Mr. Shalom, the founder of Rumi, to introduce himself and take the stage. Welcome, Shalom.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Can we hear me clearly?
Yes.
All right, great. Nice to be here. Apologies for network issues on my end. I'm here to talk about Rumi. I'm Shalom Ige, and I'm building Rumi. So, my journey into this problem started long before Rumi was even birthed. Back in my first year of the university, I was lucky to have gotten student accommodation on campus, and I assumed it was normal until the next year when my younger brother and I joined. My younger brother joined me in the university, and neither of us got the space. So what followed was like 3 months of exhausting searching for apartments, dealing with fake listings, inconsistent information, and constant disappointments, basically. And it took us another 1 month to find a roommate willing to split the cost. And even then, it was a terrible experience with this person. And the painful truth is, this story is not specific or special to us. It's the reality of millions across Nigeria and across Africa every year. So, in across Africa, only 20% of students get on-campus accommodation, and the remaining 80% of them have to find off-campus accommodation on their own. This is a massive, painful, and recurring problem that renews every single year. And these people have to search for apartment exhaustively, have to go outside of their network to look for roommates, and then hoping that they're going to find a good match. So we operate within the rental market, and as much as this problem is identified across Africa, we are starting with Nigeria as a case study, and operations will start in are starting in Nigeria, basically. And the rental market in Nigeria is valued at over 1 trillion naira annually, which is roughly about $1 billion. And the student and youth segment alone contributes to about $150 million of that transaction value every year, making it one of the most active and undeserved housing markets on the continent. Yet the system is informal, fragmented, and built on mistrust. There's really no one catering to the need of these people. So we have chosen to take it upon ourselves to build not just necessarily for everybody, but to focus majorly right now on the students. So that's from university undergraduates, entry-level employees, recent graduates, and students who graduate and then are being deployed during their NYC service here. Next slide, William. So these people, one thing that is really common among all of them is that every phase of their lives, they have to find apartments. I mean, you're in school, you're going for your NYC for a year, you're getting a new job, you have to go to a new city, you have to find an apartment. And that's where we come in. So to truly understand the depth of this problem, we conducted interviews with everyone within the parties that are involved. So that's the apartment seekers, the apartment owners, the agents who are involved. And we got quite a lot of feedback. The renters saying that their searches lasted for as long as 3 to 9 months. They spent over half of their budget on having to look for apartments and all of that. And we then came up with a solution. So our solution is basically to build a trusted and verified rental ecosystem. And we're doing this by matching people together with apartments and roommates based on their preferences, giving them access to verified homes, a compatibility system for roommate matchmaking. I mean, it's something that has worked for people who are looking for partners on Tinder. So we are bringing that same model that you would use across for dating apps to match you with your preferred apartment or with your preferred roommate. And then this would also lead us to having a demand that we can then give as a pipeline to a trusted tenant pipeline to landlords and agents for pre-vetted tenants who they would love to give apartments to, basically. And how we make money is we charge yeah, so this is a walkthrough of the product, basically 3 simple steps. You let us know what it is that you're doing. If you're looking for a roommate, an apartment, or if you're looking to list an apartment, what it is you're looking for, and then we match you basically like you would on Tinder or on Bumble, whichever platform you use for finding a dating partner. Next slide, please, William. So how we make money, we charge commissions basically on apartments related matches, basically 10%. So 7 to 9% for apartments of the apartment cost goes to the apartment matchmaking, and we also receive a 1.5% of the apartment costs as commission from our partners who offer rent financing. So for people who are unable to pay their rent at a go, we partner with rent financing startups who then help them pay their rent, and then they pay back to them monthly with interest. And we're looking to also kickstart a tiered subscription that we're looking to test in the next couple of weeks. And so far, we've tested and we've gotten a bit of customer signals in the early days. We've tested and we currently have about 150 people on the wait list pending, and within with rent budgets within 500 to 3 million, and we're looking to like get them matched in the coming months. And what we've observed in this whole thing is that there's a high demand from students and young professionals. There's a high willingness to pay the commission fee. There's a strong landlord interest in getting vetted tenants, and mismatched listings is a top frustration for a lot of people, basically. So for next steps, basically in the next couple of months, we're looking to raise 100,000 in safe to go into the ongoing product development. We're looking to launch in February next year, and beyond even that, we're looking for partnerships and introductions to people for mentorships and also partnerships to contribute basically to a 12 to 18 months runway to achieve the following key milestones. We're looking to match 1,000 people in both apartments and roommates matchmaking next year, and that would bring it down to every month we're hoping to do about 80 successful matches, looking to onboard 150 active landlords and partner agents, do about 5 million to 7 million in MRR, and to basically just give the best experience that we can as soon as possible to test the model, basically. I'm building this alongside 5 other people who have worked together across several products and across several industries, and one thing that is also common amongst all of us is we've all gone through this problem. So we faced it. We're building not just for the public, but we're also building for ourselves because we've gone through this problem. We've seen what the problem really is, and we built a solution that we believe would solve this. So we're looking for people to just join us on this journey, even as we get people roomed, get them a roommate based on their preferences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shalom, and that was a great one. So on the stage are our judges, and I welcome them to ask you any question and seek any clarity and give you as much advice as they can. So I start with you, Taiwo, please.
Yeah, sure. Shalom, thanks so much for the pitch. Super interesting idea, big potential. And I think the problem's clear. I had a couple questions, but I'll probably just ask one just to give other judges the opportunity to do so. And this one's probably the more obvious one. What's the unique positioning of this platform against your standard listing platforms?
All right. So our unique value proposition basically is the introduction of the matchmaking model that we would use to ensure that everybody gets a personalized recommendation. So basically, right now on listing platforms, what happens is you get to a listing platform and then you have to like run through the available listings, probably even just do a bit of filter here and there. And we've found out in the long run that people's ability to make a decision then gets altered because they're seeing so many options to choose from. So what we've done is for everybody that comes on board on Roomy, if you and I, for example, sign up on Roomy, your preferences are different from mine. So what you see is different from what I would see in terms of like available listings. And then it just helps you make a better choice that fits you and fits what you're looking for. So that's one. Also in recent times, during one of the conversations we had with the agents, one of the questions we asked them was how possible it was going to be for us to be able to do better than the available listing platforms. And one of the pain points that they listed was the fact that agents, for example, on their own end, as much as the apartment seekers clearly have stated that they don't like doing so many visits to so many apartments, they would love an opportunity to be able to inspect the platforms, the apartments rather, from the platform before going there. So we make that available. But also we learned from the agent side that they also see it as a delay. It costs them their time and delay because they have to be at one location per time, so they cannot effectively operate and work with so many clients at the same time. So we've currently like done a demo. I would have loved to present that to show it of how virtual tours that can basically be done for apartments basically. So right now, no listing platform really has you being able to like tour and inspect the platform virtually. You see, the same way Airbnb will give you access to top quality apartments, and then you see it and you know that this is what you're going to see. We're trying to bring that level of trust and quality to rentals as well, basically.
Okay, I'll let the other judges have a go, and then if we have more time, I have a few questions that I could ask as well.
All right.
Interesting. So Tolu, please.
Yeah, so my first question to you is like I think it's a combined question. What is the problem that you solve here exactly, and how do you solve it in relation to the agents?
In relation to the agent, do you mean working with the agent or like different from how the agents currently work?
No, so you can address it. You can address the entire scope of it. So first, how you play in this whole system, because there's an ecosystem that exists, and
Yes.
then how do you relate to the agent in your ability to solve it? How do you work with them, or how do you relate with them in general?
All right. So basically, the problem that we're trying to solve is the problem surrounding the entire experience for house hunting. So that's due to the high cost of rent. There's the outrageous fees that are attached by agents to these apartments. It makes it hard for people to rent our apartments out. So we're trying to give people the option of then also on the other hand get a potential roommate that they can split the bills with. And that's why we're targeting an existing market, which is the student population, because this is quite common already within the student population across universities, across campuses. Even the on-campus accommodations are systems that basically work with people being paired together in maybe twos, fours within the rooms and all of that. So it's not necessarily trying to like bring a lot of disruption within that particular market, basically. So there's that. There's also the fact that it's for people that then have to like look for apartments. Like I mentioned, 80% of the student population, that's a large percentage of the student population, have to go and look for apartments off campus. So it's the time they're supposed to like probably be using to focus on their academics. They are having to search for apartments exhaustively. Then if peradventure they find apartments that they would like to get, because the current climb of the rental market isn't built to favor them, because the average landlord just builds for whoever can afford it, and the students basically are not necessarily those people that can afford this apartment because of the high costs. So we're trying to ensure that we can then do that whole matchmaking thing together for them. For the operations with the agent, so in the early days, I would be honest, we had initially thought that, we wanted to like sort of displace them from the market. But in the long run, we found out that would really affect how fast we'll be able to scale in terms of like acquiring the apartment, because we found out when we operated within the market that a lot of landlords build their apartments and then give it to agents. So they have a larger portfolio of apartments available with them. There's that. And there's also the fact that if we're targeting landlords one by one, what would happen is we would grow at a really slow pace and we would not be able to meet up with the demand that keeps growing on our end. So there's even a current supply and demand issue. The demand is already greater than the supply. So the only way for us to be able to operate is to partner with them who have a larger portfolio and then see how we can then and that's why during the SDC Launchpad, during my advisory session with Cynthia, we had talked about looking at the pain points and problems that these agents also face and also create a value proposition for them as well. Does that answer your question, Tolu?
You answered my question. I guess if I have a chance to ask more, I will ask others. But like simply, okay, I would like to defer to the next judge as well, and then I can circle back if I have more space.
All right.
Okay, so I'll go to Ndu. Ndu, do you have any question to Shalom?
Hi, Shalom.
I know.
Great idea. I have two questions. So the first is, again, it may be something you just need to clarify. So just thinking about the journey of how this relationship starts. So you provide a system where the apartment is found, and then the match is already the match is connected between two individuals that are entirely strangers. Do you think of that whole process all the way to if there is any form of mismatch or disagreement after these people have maybe started? Are you part of that process? I just want to clarify that. The reason I'm asking that is, let's think of the practical scenarios of home ownership, right? You're basically saying two individuals now own an apartment, right? If there's any form of dispute or disagreement, and let's be very practical around, yes, you can't solve all problems, obviously, but I'm just trying to ask, have you thought that far around if that's a problem you want to be involved in, and if you're going to solve that, so that you don't have a system whereby, yes, the matches are very great, the apartments found are very great, but there's also a loop because that journey has a fracture in where people get to have misunderstanding, and then there's no way to either maybe say you can match the person with someone else, or again, I don't know if the system can be involved in that. Have you thought that far? That's my question. The first one. And the second one is you have 5 people on your team, from product design to and across various industries and experiences. Are you all founders, or are you just building the understand your pre-PMF? Just again, trying to clearly understand what the structure is like within your team at the moment. So those are my 2 questions. Thank you.
All right. So I'll start with the structure question because that's quite straightforward. So we're not all founders. I am a solo founder, and yeah, that's my founding. Yeah, my founding projects before. We just believe in the vision for the vision that Rumi is looking to like build for, and the problem that we're trying to solve. Basically.
So you're a solo founder, and just to try to head you well, you're a solo founder, and that's your founding team.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right. So for the next question, yeah, around the fact that we're matching strangers together and all of that. Yes, it's something that we definitely looked into. And to be honest, I think the very first thing I usually tell people is I would take the words of Airbnb. I mean, Airbnb came and they built something that we thought was probably like impossible in terms of like strangers renting out their homes together and all of that. And I know that there are also like there's definitely like cultural involvement in like operating in this side of the world, not necessarily like how things are over there. But one sure thing is every relationship basically that
Sorry, Shalom, I think we've lost you a bit.
My God. So seems like Shalom is having network hitches. So in the interest of time, I'll request us judges to have our notes somewhere, and at the end of it, we can advise him, and we will have some time towards the end of the session where you can still ask more questions and interrogate the founder. So at this stage, I want to thank you all for that first round, and I want to bring on board the next founder, Mr. Emmanuel. So I'll bring Mr. Emmanuel, who is the founder of a very exciting project, and so we can continue. So Emmanuel, please, the stage is yours, and you are just before the most experienced judges. Hello, Emmanuel. Can you hear us? Hello, Emmanuel. Okay, since Shalom is back, I'll have Victor ask him a question. So, Victor, please.
All right. Apologies for that. I think I was still answering on this question. If it's possible for me to just wrap up on answering this question, is that fine, William?
Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah. So, like I was saying, we're not necessarily saying that we're building. I don't know at what point I got caught. I was trying to establish the fact that every tribal relationship that we have today started out with us as strangers. We've had people even in the regular roommate systems of schools where they just meet themselves in schools, they become best friends and all of that. But we're not necessarily building to sort of say that there are not going to be any issues, but we're trying as much as possible to mitigate it, and that's why we are using algorithms to ensure that from the initial stages of their interactions, they are matched with people. They describe who they want to be with. The same way I mentioned that dating apps works. You describe yourself and you describe who it is that you want to be a roommate with, and we try our best as possible to match you with who fits that, to sort of mitigate any potential of conflicts, because we feel like you both know who you would love to stay with. There's that. And then with regards to trying to settle disputes and all of that, we've looked into that, and we felt like the best thing to do is to issue contracts stating rules and guidelines basically of operations within both parties, and basically clearly stating at what point we would not be like liable to any form of issues that basically arise as much as possible as we try to match them. That's the answer in this question.
Yeah, God is shallow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So
Yeah,
I think
Victor, do you have any question for Shalom?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. So I was also going to go back around what you just answered. Hearing two people are in the same apartment or the same room, do you have any due diligence or KYC done on those users? Because I'm also looking at extreme edge cases regarding life. That's my first question. Then you have also two customer base, which is the users who get the apartment from you and then the landlords. How do you manage both customer bases? Because you know that you have to manage both at all times to know that there's enough houses to be rented, and when there are available apartments to rent, you're also getting customers for them. So how do you manage those two user base and also the security with bringing two strangers together?
all right. So thank you very much for the question. At the initial stage when we started Rumi, like I mentioned earlier, at some point, like the traction that we made, one of it was like securing a partnership with the Federal University of Technology, Accra, which happened to be where I graduated from when we were operating there in school. And one of the reasons why we also stayed safe and just like chose to operate within that community is because it's easier for us to sort of do all of
It seems like we lost Shalom again. Okay, so since Shalom's internet is a bit unstable, I'll bring on board the next founder, and this is Mr. Emmanuel. So, Emmanuel, please, can you hear us? Hello, Emmanuel. Okay, I think. Yes, Emmanuel, so we can hear you.
Good morning.
Hi. Good morning.
I think network was a little shaky.
Okay, so what do you have for us?
Every day in Africa and the Caribbean, emergencies happen and survival depends on luck. Ambulances don't get to the right people. There are no beds and there's no oxygen. Hospitals don't have enough doctors. Salvos exists to change this. Good morning. My name is Emmanuel Oziwajon, and I'm a co-founder at Salvos Emergency.
Hello, Emmanuel. Oh, seems like we lost him again. Okay, so as we wait for Emmanuel to get back to us, I just want to get your thoughts, judges, from what Shalom just pitched to us. What do you think about all this altogether? So let me start with you, Tolu. Tolu, please.
Okay. So I would like to let on very little about my perception um, of the product. You understand? Till we are able to provide clarity on we can provide the results, and then we can then maybe advise. At least at that stage, we would have decided. But um, I've learned quite a lot from the interaction. And I have a lot more to learn. That's what I have discovered about the product. So I have questions that I need to ask. I have
Yeah.
questions I really can assume. There are points that I've been able to assume, but I would really love a situation where I don't have to assume so much because things are very simple to understand. So
Yeah.
I think it could use a bit more simplification around the concepts it describes. Yes, and the amount of volume of information that is put through. So it's quite a lot of information that was put through to us. I think we could use more simplification along the line. But of course, the result of it is I have questions to ask, and I am making assumptions. And thankfully, it's been able to provide answers to a number of those questions. There's some clarity there, and in the course of the conversation, later, as well as when I meet the judges, I'll be able to rub minds with them and understand better clearly what it is. But I think it's quite interesting, the traction that they've gotten and the feedback that they have around what they are building. I think it's quite interesting and incredible. Also, the kind of partnerships they've been able to get is interesting as well. So I look forward to what can be built out of this. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I'll have him come back just before the judges retreat to make a judgment on this. I'm trying to ask him to get a better internet, so please note down your questions. I understand the concern. So, Taiwo, what did you understand or what do you feel this product that Shalom is building? What can you do to help him?
Yeah, my initial thoughts are really just he was able to communicate the product that they're trying to build, showed confidence in how they came about the solution or kind of like this iteration of the product, and was able to answer questions that were asked. So I think generally there is some conviction in how he's or there is conviction in how he's presented it. I do have some similarly to, I think it was Tulu who said it. There are some questions that I need to have answered to remove any of the initial biases I had for or against the product, to kind of get a real sense of the details of like, okay, like what does execution look like, and how big is this market. But so far, been happy with how he presented the problem, their solution, and their approach, and why they think this is the problem to be solved. But more details to be filled to kind of come to a good decision or conclusion.
Okay, so in the interest of time, I will not ask the other judges their feeling and thoughts on Shalom's. Definitely, I'll coordinate to have him back so we can ask him questions before we go to make a decision. So Emmanuel is back. I hope your internet is stable now, Emmanuel, and you can therefore go ahead and
Yes.
speak.
I apologize. It's yes. My name is Emmanuel. Like I said, I work as a co-founder at Salvos Emergency. What we're doing is we're trying to fix the non-existent emergency structure in Africa and the Caribbean. If you just go to the next slide, Williams. The crisis in the Nigerian emergency care is that lives are lost daily. Matter of fact, lives are lost hourly. We see that 80% of Nigerians lack access to timely transport and pre-hospital emergency care. We also see that across cities in Africa and the Caribbean, it takes about 2 hours for emergency to get to people. We see that there's a 50% mortality rate from emergency medical diseases like trauma, cardiac arrest, stroke. We also see in cities like Lagos that only 37% of calls are reached by current ambulance systems. 3 to 4 Nigerians have faced at least one medical emergency in the past 5 years. The current system is failing those who need it most. And this is what Salvos Emergency exists to fix. Next slide, please. Now we're fixing this gap by AI powered triage dispatch. Our AI algorithm quickly assesses emergency calls, grades it from primary to tertiary level, predicts the severity, and dispatches the nearest, most appropriate medical team and vehicles. We also fix this through rapid response network. We utilize real-time traffic data and GPS. We optimize logistics for swift patient transport, bypassing bottlenecks to reach patients and facilities faster. You would agree with me that those of us that live in Africa and the Caribbean, we have to deal with a lot of traffic that is not very regulated by lights and all of that. And that's why we had to build a rapid response network. Now, a very important part of the solution is the pre-hospital care enablement, where we've equipped first responders and paramedics with crucial patient data and guidelines to immediate effective intervention at the scene. one of the biggest issues that we have in Africa is that a lot of people do not know what to do when people are involved in emergencies or accidents. And through a seamless communication, we offer real-time health facility skills and medical logistics to instantly help in coordinating the care. Next slide, please. Now, why Salvos? We have some traction and we're getting validation already. Right now, on the wait list for our primary app, we have 2,000 users on the wait list, actually 2,000 plus users on the wait list, which is validation of our consumer demand for fast, accessible, precise emergency support. We currently have cross-border hospital partnerships because of a B2B product that's called Medical Visa by Salvos. This product helps Nigerians to crisscross across the UAE, India, and Egypt, and a couple of other countries like Germany and England, giving Nigerians streamlined access to quality medical care abroad. And interestingly, this product also helps Nigerians to go to the UAE easily right now. If you know that right now there are a lot of stringent rules that stop Nigerians from going to the UAE. But because of the partnership that we have with hospitals across the 7 Emirates of the UAE, we can help Nigerians to go to the UAE easily. And this is facilitated through a Wakanal group integration that we're doing. Right now, we're in talks with Wakanal, where we're targeting inclusion of Salvos Emergency, embedding them and exposing us to their large clientele base that will help the product Medical Visa by Salvos to really to gain more traction. And also right now we're talking with 4 major HMOs in Africa. We're talking with Examansa, we're talking with Leadway, and 2 more, Hygia Inclusive. And we're integrating Salvos Emergency into their platform and their structures. And so it exposes Salvos Emergency to thousands upon thousands of clients and this that these HMOs have. Also, we have a 10,000 health facility data bank that I'm very proud of. We've spent about 14 months gathering data word by word from state to state, and it's helped us to prove and validate the precision that we promise our users and our patients. And so this data gathered across Lagos and Nigerian cities have mapped out high incidence zones and response gaps for insurers and governments. And so we know that with time, our data bank that is 10,000 health facilities strong, from pharmacies to laboratories to special clinics and specialty clinics and trauma centers, will help the government to come into partnerships with us. Next slide. Right now, we have 3 flagship services that are live. I like to talk quickly about the Medical Visa by Salvos and the Safety as a Service. I'll start with Safety as a Service. Safety as a Service, SaaS, like you see there, is a B2B, it's primarily a B2B product that helps and deploys trained emergency responders and medics to corporate sites and major events. Right now, we're generating revenue from this particular product. As you know, it's currently 30 December in places like Lagos. And so we are currently working to increase our revenue by working with event coordinators, events, and a lot of these crusades happening around. 2 days ago, one of our ambulances was stationed at a major event, and that increases. That is obvious. That has moved us from pre-revenue generation to post-revenue generation. And of course, the Medical Visa by Salvos, which is another product that I'm very proud of. It started off as seeing a lot of Nigerians complain about how it's hard to go to the UAE, and I haven't worked for a hospital in the UAE. We designed this product to help connect Nigerians to certified international hospitals and coordinate full treatment journeys ahead, but also strike partnerships that help Nigerians and people across Nigeria, African and Caribbean countries to be able to seamlessly get into countries like the UAE. Next slide, please. Right now, our market opportunity is balanced and growing. with a market opportunity in Nigeria of 1.23 trillion to 1.6 trillion naira. We see B2C, we see B2C emergency access and subscriptions, where we have individuals, families, estates, commuters, and even vulnerable populations plug into this. Through our B2B corporate safety plans like the Safety as a Service and training and workforce certification, CPR, first aid, HSC, and emergency response training for Nigeria's 50 million plus workforce. We see over 80 billion to 120 billion in that. Also, a major point of revenue for us and where we see a large expanse of revenue to be made is the data infrastructure and integrations. With the data infrastructure that we now have and the integrations that we look to Ghana, we see government, insurance, dispatch systems, analytics, workforce safety data, all of that, APIs for hospitals and digital health providers. So there's a lot of money to be made. And right now, our golden boy, the Safety as a Service, we see a projected 100 billion to 150 billion through high density entertainment industry, concerts, conferences, festivals, corporate events. So the total Nigeria, the total addressable market for Nigeria right now is about 1.2 trillion to 1.65 trillion. And how do we make this? Our revenue model is balanced and growing through emergency calls with immediate revenue from each emergency response. We generate quick cash subscriptions that gives us a recurring revenue through safety plans and individual memberships. That's B2C and B2B at the same time. And then B2B contracts that scale through partnerships with insurers, HMOs, and corporate clients. And then again, our data services that is backed by our current 10,000 health facility data bank. We see an additional income from training, certification, and health analytics. And what we know is that with less than 1% penetration of Nigeria's 1.2 trillion market, it represents 12 billion to 16.5 billion annual revenue potential. And with 40 to 50% gross margin with asset-light operations, meaning we don't necessarily own ambulances of our own. We coordinate through partnerships with hundreds of independent ambulance services that have at least 50 ambulances in their fleet. For every 1,000 the salvos end, we keep 400 to 500 after service delivery. Next slide, please. Next slide. And this is our team. My name is Emmanuel Oziwa John. I work as a co-founder there at Salvos Emergency. I work with Dr. David Onoja, who is currently a fellow of digital health at the NHS in the UK, but works as the chief medical officer and co-founder at Salvos Emergency. And then there's the head of technology, Edmond Adoku, who has about 15 years in health tech engineering and prop tech engineering and AI. And we have Okpeyemi Adetunji, who heads our operations. Okpeyemi has run a chain of pharmacies in Lagos and Abuja, currently has 2 masters in global economy and global health. We're actively seeking for investments to grow our growth, to fuel our growth and expand our life-saving services across Nigeria and a couple of
It seems like we lost Emmanuel. Did we lose Emmanuel at some point? I almost thought it's my network. So as we
No, I
wait,
think he's frozen.
so he's joining back in a minute, but let me get your thoughts on this. because I think the next phase is just seeking some clarifications from him. I'll bring you, Ndu, to first get your thoughts on what Salvas is building. What's your thought on this?
Sorry, I lost you for a minute. Can you come again? William? Hi, William. I didn't get your question clearly.
I think we may have lost him as well.
Oh, well, okay.
Hello, Ndu. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. I didn't get your question clearly.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. So I think the internet happened for me as well. So I'm just seeking your thoughts on what Emmanuel is building before he comes back for the questions.
Healthcare is a very healthcare is a very important and delicate area in regardless of the direction they've decided to take, right? I
I'm
think
back.
it's super important. Oh, okay, great. Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, so Emmanuel, the next phase is questioning, and I'm now allowing the judges to ask you some questions, and you have up to 10 minutes to respond to all the judges. I can give you a leeway of 15 more minutes to make it 15 minutes. So I have the first judge with a question for you, and that was Ndu. So are you ready?
Yes, I am. Hi, Undu.
Okay, take a deep breath. Ndu, please.
Okay. Hi. So, for me, I think the first question would just be just to clarify how you solving. Are you doing this as in? I think you probably have said that in between all of what you said a lot today. But how you actually solve the problem? I get the technology part. I understand the strategy behind how you intend to solve it. But on a very practical level, let's look at someone gets to experience an emergency in Lagos, in Ikeja. What is that experience like in a very layman term? Are you an application whereby you're connecting maybe to hospitals or call it ambulance cars or things like that, or ambulance vehicles, or what's the real clarity around your value proposition? Because I think I'm a bit lost on that. I want to kind of just understand that clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Undu. If someone has an emergency in a catcher, what happens is that we can be connected through the app. It has an SOS button or a USSD code. And what happens instantly is that we institute what we call pre-hospital care. We instantly dispatch a first responder there, and we begin to treat the person before the proper help comes. And while doing that, seamless communication between first responders, the ambulance service, and the hospital is going on, where we're able to then categorize what kind of emergency this is. Is it primary? Is it secondary? And is it tertiary? And then we look at our data bank instantly. What's our data bank saying? What's the closest precise hospital? What we are selling, Undo, is not just an ambulance service. We're selling precision. Problem in Nigeria, while we keep losing people during emergencies, is that there is no precision. Someone has an accident in Abuja, or someone has an accident in Ikeja, like you've said, and then helpers and good Samaritans begin to rush the person to first cardiologist at Obalende. There has to be a precise hospital around. And like I said a couple of minutes ago, through our data bank, we already know bed space availability. We already know if there's a trauma center around. We already know if there's a trauma surgeon around. We already know what skills we need to have. And because of our partnerships with we provide blood, we provide oxygen, we provide what needs to be provided. And that is the precision that we're selling. That's what my competition does not have. the ability to provide that precision, to make sure that you don't just get someone has a gunshot wound and then is being rushed to a maternity clinic. Nigerians have lost their lives because of that mistake. So we are fixing that mistake. We're making sure that if someone has a GSW, which is a gunshot wound, we're not rushing them because we're an ambulance service to the closest hospital. Closest hospital in Nigeria is usually not the right hospital. We're rushing them to the most precise hospital, which is most likely going to be a trauma center in the case of or in the event of a gunshot wound.
Okay, spot on. Judges, please indulge me. So I think the most important factor I wanted to get is you're providing the ambulance service, so that's clear. Which brings me to the second question. So when you say you can tell the number of bed sizes or available in specific hospitals because your precision infrastructure would have that data pulled from various hospitals, is this just to clarify? You're saying you have APIs connected via EMRs to multiple hospitals, knowing full well that
Yes, we
not
do.
all hospitals are technology driven as we expect them to be. So how does that play in? Just trying to make sure I can understand that clarity as well. And I think that's the last. Thanks, judges.
Thank you so much, Ndu. I think that this is a question that I'm glad that I'm answering again. It helps you to understand what we are doing at Salvos Emergency and why we say we give precision. Yes, we have loads of EMRs that are now in partnership with us and now have our 10,000 health facility data bank. One thing that is very interesting about the data bank that we have is it tells you, it doesn't just tell you how many beds a hospital or a health facility has. It tells you number of staff. It tells you everything they have. Do they have a CT scan machine? Do they have an MRI machine? Do they have this? Do they have that? Do they have this? It has everything. So it's when every time I open it on my laptop, it's broad. It has everything from the most important thing to the least important thing. And that way we are able to know and to communicate with those that have technology. Now, one of the reasons why we built the USSD code or why we have a USSD option is primarily because of people who do not have access to tech. From data that we have available to us, we know that 150 million Nigerians at the moment have a phone. We also know that only 130 million of these Nigerians have a tech-enabled phone, and only about 50 million of these can operate a tech-enabled phone. So that leaves us, give or take, only 30 million that can act, that will become our clients and our users. And with the USSD code, we are able to communicate back and forth with users, with hospitals, and to make sure and to determine precision per time.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ndu. So I'll bring on Victor. Victor, please, any question for Emmanuel?
Yeah, sure. Just one question, right? Emmanuel, can you please just simply explain how you make money easily? Because I know you don't own the ambulances or any of those machinery you use for health facilities. So just simply how you make money.
Thank you, Victor. Right now, it costs about 25 to 30,000 to book a Salvos Emergency Allied ambulance, and with each emergency response, we generate quick cash flow. That's immediate revenue. We also have subscriptions through safety plans and individual memberships. There's the standard plus, there's the advanced, and there's the VIP. So we make money from that subscriptions. We also have B2B contracts right now through partnerships with insurers. A good example is the one we have right now with AXA Mansard that helps us to bring in money from the HMOs and corporate clients. The safety as a service is an event emergency service that brings us money daily and on the weekends, and we have a plan. We have different plans. We have the standard plus. The standard is 6 hours. Standard plus is about 12 hours, and then we have the advanced, which is 36 hours, and the VIP plans. And this brings us money. We also, right now on the app, we have something that we're building. It's called Salvos Academy. We believe all Nigerians should understand basic emergency care responses like CPR. And so we intend to, at the end of the day, make money certifying and training, simply in the simplest way Nigerians, and we that service at the moment is just going to cost Nigerians 5,000. And then we also know that with time we're going to become partners with the government through the health analytics and the data bank that we're building from state to state. Right now, our data bank spans about 5 states.
Victor, is that all? And were you answered? Hello, Victor.
Victor, you're on mute. I don't know if you're speaking.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That answers my question.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Taiwo, any
you so
question
much,
for
Victor.
Sandra's emergency?
Yeah, I had a question here. So what part of the problem you're solving is infrastructure versus tech? And when I say infrastructure, I mean that part of what you've pitched or sold is the ability to not just pinpoint where people are, but to get the ambulance services to them, within reasonable time. That's an example of where I think like that's what I'm classifying an example of what I would consider to be infrastructure, and then tech would be like, again, whatever I guess you can kind of then tell me what part of it is tech, right? And to give you context, I think the approach and the requirements to solve an infrastructure problem is different from something that can be solved through technology, right? So I really want to see how you thought about where the problem is infrastructure that can't be solved with tech, and where the problem is actually tech, and then your product or your digital service is able to kind of support that as well.
Thank you so much, Mr. Taiwo. I will start with the fact that we have instituted a community. We've integrated the community with trained responders within local zones that instantly moves all the help just from the hospitals to the community. And then we integrated technology with AI-powered routing, triage and tracking, and a data bank. The data bank backs our AI-powered routing to make sure that we, while giving care before getting to the hospital, we are triaging the situation, we are determining the severity of the situation, and we are giving help right there in the ambulances. Now, the mode of response also then comes to play, because what we see is that in Lagos, right now in Lagos, it takes about 1 hour to 2 hours to get to where you're going, because Lagos is packed at the moment. And so with a multimodal structure, we have bikes, we have medics on foot, and we have cars that get you to where you need to go to. And before even getting to a help, or to get to a help center, medics on foot and medics on bikes, and those are the people I call primarily the first responders. They help you they stabilize our users, they stabilize the patients, and then they're distributed through battalions with the tech dispatch, which eventually brings down our response time in urban areas to 15 minutes.
Okay. So the infrastructure problem is being solved by the community that you've created, and the technology problems are being solved by your AI triage. Is that?
Yes, AI triage backed by our data bank. I want us to remember the data bank. Yes.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Okay. And just a follow-up question from me, and maybe this is something that you've already touched on, but in the pitch, it feels, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, but we've almost described like 5 or 6 different products. So which one are you trying to fund through this competition, or when you say you're looking for 250,000 in funding, which of these products or businesses or business models are you trying to fund?
Thank you so much, Taiwo.
I think Emmanuel is frozen again. Let me give him like 30 seconds to be back. As we wait for him to be back, I want to mention one thing. So Emmanuel initially came to us with an idea, and I don't know the magic that happened between Emmanuel and Cynthia and the experts and the facilitators, including the likes of Ndo, that within a short span, I think it was 3 weeks, Emmanuel calls me and tells me, like, now we have a product that is ready to go to the market. And I ask him what. He tells me that now we want to sell an emergency insurance. And since that day, he's been running with this all along, and the traction has been quite tremendous. And so I think for me, he's made real great progresses. But as Taiwo says, he needs to define to us what exactly of all these products is his current priority, because otherwise he might lose track if there is no that priority list. And as I wait for him to be back, I see he's back. Okay, so Emmanuel, you're back.
Yes.
Can you respond?
I apologize for that network glitch.
Apology accepted.
Yeah. Yes, please. Can I hear the question again, please?
No, of course. So my question.
Thank you.
What I had said before you dropped off was that in the pitch, at least my understanding is they seem to be about 4 to 6 distinct or different products or services or models that you've kind of talked about, right? Whether it's the safety as a service or whether it's the data bank or the emergency response as well. So I wanted to understand that with the funds that you're trying to raise, which of these products or business models are you trying to fund?
Thank you, Taiwo, for that question. I wouldn't say that we have different businesses. I would say that we have different routes out of the one business. The one business is fixing the emergency issues in the healthcare structure in African countries and countries in the Caribbean. What we have done is that we have seen that there are different reasons why the emergency structure is non-existent, and what we've done is designed different ways to fix them. So we are fixing them B2B and B2C. Safety as a service and medical visa is just targeting B2B and sometimes B2C. It's the same thing. It comes down to one thing and one ecosystem of emergency, one ecosystem to fix one issue. So they're just different, what I would call taps. I wouldn't say that they're different products. It's funding one structure, just one structure. If you kindly go to our GTM, you would see that it gets down to one thing. In 12 weeks, we intend to grow clients across the B2C and the B2B structure. Eventually, what is it supposed to do? What's supposed to do for us is help people to now get help precisely. Because at events, the same things happen. I've lost someone who just collapsed at an event. There was no ambulance. There was no healthcare. There was no emergency structure. If Salvos was available, it would do the same thing. I know people. In fact, 2 days ago, I listened to a true story of a doctor who lost his life right there in a hospital, and I heard another story of a nurse who lost her life in the house because there's no emergency, there's nobody to call. So it comes down to one thing: Salvos emergency helping to fix that one issue.
Is that all, Taiwo?
I don't want to hug the time, so I'll let some of the other judges ask questions, and where we see that we have more time, then I can kind of go through some of the questions I had jotted down.
Okay, so
Thank
Emmanuel,
you so much, Taiwo.
I'll allow 2 more judges to ask you at least a question each, but towards the end, the judges will have enough time to ask you more questions so that then they can make a judgment based on your feedbacks. Does that make sense?
Thank you. Thank you so
Okay.
much, William.
Okay, then I'll bring Tolu. Tolu, any question for him?
Questions right now. I have listened to the rest of the question. I think the only thing I would have asked is the one question I would want to know is who is your primary customer and how do they access you? How do they access your service? Just describe it.
I did not get that, Tolu.
Yeah, so I said, who is your primary customer and how do they get to you? How do they get to use your service?
Thank you, Tolu. Our primary customer, there are actually two people in populations or neighborhoods or areas where there's not enough emergency care, which is pretty much every urban area in Nigeria, for example. Right now in Lagos, with the records from Hefama is the agency that handles and verifies health facilities, also licenses health facility. We only have about 2,500 duly registered and verified health facilities by the Lagos State government agency called Hefama. And right now we have over 20 million Nigerians. So you see that even though Lagos is a cosmopolitan or metropolitan city, it's exposed and it does not have enough emergency structure. So yes, everyone in Lagos is our client or our customer, but primarily our customers are mothers. Mothers are usually the first responder or they're usually the first responders in an emergency. Mothers are our primary customer. And how do we get to mothers and by large, everyone in Lagos, for example, primarily through our USSD code and our app? I think and I believe and I project that we're going to see with time more calls on our USSD code because that's very easy and backed by the data that we see and that we have collected over the past 14 months. I am very, very, very confident that we're going to see a lot of calls through. We're going to help and we're going to see a lot of business come through our USSD code because it's easy to call *752# or to call *9110# And how I know this, a couple of days I was asked by an investor how exactly I know that Nigerians use codes. I said that we had run a brief study that showed that every time there was a fire in Nigeria, for example, in Lagos, for example, every time there was a fire, eventually the fire service came. And then you wonder, but Nigerians don't call. Nigerians do call. The issue is that Nigerians have gotten used to calling and not getting help. Nigerians have the numbers. Nigerians have numbers like 767. Nigerians have numbers like 112. The issue is that Nigerians get disappointed, but they call every time. So knowing that they will not have someone, or knowing that they call Salvos and Salvos comes, just like my competitors have also gotten to that level of success. We know that when we are now giving precise help by not just accepting these calls, but going there and getting help and helping these people to giving them a chance at life. And then
at the end of the day, taking the current percentile that we have at 37% call to something around 50 to 60%, we know that yes, we'll get our clients and our customers, and we'll get recurring revenue.
Okay, thank you, Emmanuel. You will have to be back in the next few minutes, 45 or 50 minutes, for some more questions. At this stage, I want to bring on board one of our partner as we take a little break. We have our partner CloudPlexo, and CloudPlexo have been with us for so many times. They've supported our work, and they are just one of our partners alongside Brand Drive and many other partners. So CloudPlexo will just demonstrate their product and how we can take advantage of it. And then we'll move to the next presenter, who is Anthony, who will be presenting a very interesting product from 21 Vest. So David, if you can hear me, the stage is yours. You are welcome, and thank you so much for your patience. Hello, David, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Yeah, crystal clear.
Fantastic. Good day, everyone. Good afternoon, for whichever side of the world you are hearing. It's glad to be here, and I'm very excited to share the space with the kind of fantastic innovators I'm hearing and seeing. And I see that you all are trying to solve critical problems. My name is David. I represent CloudPlexo here. I'm the messenger from CloudPlexo. I work to see that the fantastic startup and ideas that are building groundbreaking technologies get the support that they need through AWS. CloudPlexo is an AWS partner, and we exist in a couple of countries across the world. We're headquartered in the UK, and we exist to support startups, enterprise organizations, and government organizations in their quest to build fantastic solutions on the cloud and on the AWS cloud. And we do this by different ways. But if I could just lend a word to the innovations I've seen and the pitches, I'd like to say that there's a lot of impact that needs to be made, and we could see from health to accommodation. These are very critical areas of the economy that we want to see changes in, and the underlying factor here is most likely going to be technology, and that means that for a startup or an organization to scale rapidly and successfully, it will need the help of technology, and by technology here I mean mostly cloud. So that's why CloudPlexo is excited to stand behind this fantastic work to ensure that startups get the support that they need at this very early stage. And if I could share my screen a bit, I'll just be showing you a glimpse of what we have to offer startups that exist that are pitching here and beyond. I'm going to guess that my screen is up now. William, if it's not up, you can just interrupt me. But if you don't interrupt me, I just believe that it's up. So this is how we generally support startups. And our start service for startups starts from helping them access credits, because at this early stage, credits are one of the very key needs of startups. But I'll add that startups, to access credits, there are certain requirements that you need to meet. For example, they need to have a valid website, have a valid domain, and a few other things. But beyond this, they also need to be vetted by AWS and be confirmed that they qualify for credits. So credits are given on case-by-case basis, and we do not make a blank promise that credits would definitely be handed over to all startups, but we can enable the access and make a very strong case for each startup. And this is what we're open to doing for startups that are pitching today, and the ones that are willing to work with us as we move forward. Also, startups can work with us to remedy their bills, either in Naira, in shillings, or whatever part of Africa that they are, and in some other advanced markets. For cost optimization, if you have an idea of what it means to build very novel or groundbreaking ideas, you have to do a lot of testing, and that means that you have to spend a lot of out of pocket. You might be spending overboard on cloud, so that's where cost optimization comes in through Cloud Plexo. So by virtue of our partnership with the SDC, we're able to offer these sessions to a very, very subsidized rate, which we'll be doing. For billing, startups can get their billing discounts through us, and that can extend to as much as 5% and beyond that in some separate cases. Our technical support are usually subsidized to the tune of 100% in certain cases. And we have hands-on workshops where startups can learn more about the cloud and AI and things that they need to really build what they're building. We have proof of concepts through which startups can learn more and test out ideas on the cloud without having to pay out of pocket. And then there's an AWS marketplace through which they can buy softwares and applications, either cybersecurity softwares or licenses that they need to engage in whatever they're building. We have a tool called Wendu through which they can monitor their using in the cloud, both from the cost perspective and from the security perspective, exposes all the vulnerabilities that you might be exposed to, and gives you recommendations on how to take care of that. Infrastructure diligence is what might be suitable and might be interesting to startups as well as investors. When you get to a stage where you want to really raise serious funding, you would need you will need to go through a due diligence process with your funders. And this infrastructure due diligence just means that we are helping look into your infrastructure to confirm that it's built for scale and there are no security breaches. And through this, we can help you with a certification from AWS to state that your infrastructure is built for scale and is secure. So these are the major ways through which we support startups on AWS. And Cloud Plexo is very happy to continue the support and this partnership with SDC. We're glad that you have chosen to take this idea to market, and we are willing to support you with every step of the way that you go in making sure that this comes into fruition. And so to the startup speaking today, I wish you good luck, and we're happy to talk to you after the sessions. And anytime if you have any questions, you can always reach out to us via SDC or via personally through our website, cloudplexo.com, or through our other channels on social media and all that. And with that, I'd say congratulations to the SDC team for a successful outing, even though it's not done, but I believe it's already getting successful. I wish you all the best, all those pitching, wish you all the best, and in all your future endeavors. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, David. We are also excited to have you as one of our partners, and we really enjoy your support. Really, really, really. And actually, I can't forget that you supported one of our members. Is it 1 or 3? I think you already gave them the credits that will propel them to the next stage as they are looking to build onto what they have already. And thank you, David, and pass our greetings and even thanks to Cloud Plexo team. Have a good day. Okay, so with that said, I'll bring on board the next team to pitch. Anthony is from an interesting product, 21Vest. They're building virtual asset fund management kind of. So Anthony, if you can hear me, please just say hi, and please, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right.
Trying to see where David is. Okay, so sharing my screen in a minute. 21Vest.
Okay, good day, everyone. So I'm sure everyone has had something like this. If you invested $100 in Bitcoin 5 years ago, you'd be a millionaire today. Most of those statements are like always said in hindsight, and it's very difficult to like really hold any digital asset that long for normal people. My name is Anthony Ugu, and over the years I've been in the crypto space. I've made the mistakes of me and my co-founder, we have seen the errors, and then we understand that to build digital assets, you have to like invest in a steady, sustainable, repeatable way. And that's why we decided to build 21 Verse. Next slide. So the issues we face over the years, of course, they are not unique to us. Currently, there are a lot of Nigerians who already invest in stocks and other things, but find it really hard and complex and risky to invest in digital assets. And in digital assets, I mean in cryptocurrencies and the other forms of digital assets also, right? A lot of them do hold for a while and then they have to sell because of emergency. And of course, this is the case for majority where you buy Solana, for instance, and then 6 months later you need to pay your rent, and then you have to like sell, sometimes in loss. Also, maybe the token is going down. The token is going down in value, and then you sell because you are scared. So these are like the experiences of majority of people when it comes to crypto. They are scared. They don't understand the complexities, and they also 95% of crypto holders lose money whenever they say dip in price because they sell and they panic and they sell. Next slide, please. Next slide. So basically, we figured out all these issues, and then we did a bit of market research to try to understand if other people experience the same issues and what they feel about investing in digital assets. And we spoke to a bunch of people. We did a survey, and from our survey, a lot of people have similar issues, right? They worry about the scam. The ones that already invest in, like, for example, Piggyverse and Bamboo, they want ease of use. So crypto platforms are really complex. Binance, Bybit, the exchanges are really complex. So they want something smooth, like the experience they have in other investment platform, right? They also prefer to invest in small amounts. We're in Nigeria, where the average earner be like mostly if the average earner below 300K, right? And basically, people want to buy assets in tiny amounts. Basically, we decided to work on 21 Verse together with my co-founder to make it easy and simple for people to invest in digital assets, starting with cryptocurrency. Focus on like the top cryptocurrencies, and they make it easy for them to invest in a recurring way. The goal here is to make the process simple, remove the complexities that you get from exchanges, and also make it easy for them to like do it in a steady way, daily, weekly, or monthly. Next slide, please. So why are we working on this problem now, right? Many years ago, we tried to build a crypto exchange like 6 years ago. Together with my current co-founder, we're in school, in university, and we tried to build an exchange to buy and sell Bitcoin because there's a lot of scams back in the day. But then, of course, the regulatory framework around that were like there was non-existent. But this year, we have seen changes in the US. We have seen those kind of changes and ideas filter down to Africa and Nigeria. The Investment and Security Act came on board 2025. We also have this license called Virtual Asset Service Provider. So there's a lot of regulations coming on board to support digital currencies in Africa, in Nigeria, in Ghana, and South Africa. So we think it's an opportunity to like them build so that for those that have trust issues, they can now get the backing. We can now have the backing of the government to like build, right? Also, people look for external investments in foreign currencies because of inflation, right? The Nigerian currency, and that's the case for most African currency, has been devalued over the years, right? Stablecoin adoption is over the roof, especially in Nigeria. We are leading in adoptions, and it's obvious. Many people want to put their money in a stable currency, USD, and then the best way to access it is through USDT or USDC, one of the stable coins. So we're still doing a lot of market research, and we kind of are projecting that there are like 20 million Nigerians with like investable capital. We want over the next 3 years figure out if we can get 400,000 of those people to like be able to confidently invest in digital assets, right? Most of these numbers are still speculation. Of course, as we go to the market, we'll figure out how we move from there. Next slide, please. Yeah, currently we already have like product testing in internal beta, right? So you're able to like add funds, either your fiat currency or cryptocurrency. Right now we support just Naira. Soon we'll support like other African currencies. You're able to like then go on the platform and then you invest in any cryptocurrency you want. Not all of them. We specifically create like the top ones. So right now, working with the top 20 cryptocurrency. Remember, I said one of the people are targeting are those who already invest that want something strong and stable. They don't want crazy volatility. So you won't see the Shiba Inus or the Dogecoin here. You will see like the ones that have been stable for the past 3-4 years. And also, you can just buy, and the good thing that you can buy. Can you go back to that slide? You can buy instant tokens at the moment, or you can buy recurring. So you can set to buy daily, weekly, or monthly, right? And this means people can set an amount from their salary to continually invest. Next slide, please. All right, so go back. So we also have like buckets of investment. So we do not want people to stress and figure out which currency should I buy. So we have just like invest in S&P 500, where you can buy the top 500 companies, right? We also have the top 5 or the top 10 cryptocurrency, which we have curated as a bucket, and people can just still invest weekly, daily, monthly, or buy that. So you have exposure to cryptocurrency without really figuring out what is behind the scene. And in future, we'll have like custom ones also. Next slide. So the business model is straightforward. We currently integrating with Quidax, which is like powering the buy and sell of the actual assets. So and then we add a spread on the buying and selling that happens. Also, since people deposit money into our platform, we can generate yield. So there's a lot of yield generating partnership that we can go into, that we can share yields with our users basically. So since they have USDT or USDC on our platform. Also, like I said earlier, people do sell their tokens when they need money for something. With 21Verse, we're able to offer crypto-backed loans, right? So since you have asset with us, we'll offer you loans in fiat currency, in Naira, or in Ghanaian currency. So another avenue for us to make money is the on and off-ramp fees. So we allow people to deposit their fiat currency. So once you are putting in Naira, we have a fee. And once you are taking out Naira, we have a fee also. Next slide. Yeah, we have of course, there are ways in which I've been buying crypto for a while, and mostly people use exchanges, right? For the product we want to build, therefore we want to make it easier than exchanges, right? Exchanges are like overwhelming. They do not have like these strategies, for example, these bundles, and for most of them, you cannot automate continuous buying. There's another platform called Autify, which is doing a good job also, but like they are mostly focused on the Western world. And then we also consider regular investment apps like Bamboo Piggyverse as an allied competition, because we really want those that are actually already investing in these platforms to consider having exposure to cryptocurrency. We believe most of them do know the existence of cryptocurrencies, but then of course it's not packaged in the way for them to like really feel safe to invest in. So since they already understand investment, steady investment, they're good customers for us also. But of course, these platforms do not have crypto and do not have other digital assets. So currently, like from the screenshot I shared, which was from the live from the application itself, users can buy one-time purchases, automated purchases daily, weekly, and monthly. And the next phase for us is to introduce other digital assets. And that's why I've been using the word digital asset, because we're not only focused on crypto, but mostly focused on asset on chain. And if you have an idea, over the past few months, a lot of reward assets have been tokenized, right? Starting from US stocks and even assets like gold, right? Gold backed by real gold, right? Being tokenized on chain. So we want to be able to also provide this for our users, right? So that they can invest in gold, which is like a very good hedge against other currencies, and also invest in stocks like Tesla and the rest. And this is really, I'm really excited about tokenized stocks because we do not need to interface with like regulatory bodies across the world, because this is like on chain and managed on chain. They can even share it, and so it's easier way to onboard onto US stocks. Yeah, and after that we'll try to like move like second quarter of next year to provide yields on deposit. While that is still in the front is because we need to integrate with like a partner, Fireblocks, which we are currently in talks with, and basically they have a lot of yield providing connections already on our platform, so we can connect to them and then provide yields for our users. In the distant future, which is not so distant, hopefully next year, Q3, we want to be able to like provide our services to B2B platforms. So if you have like the bank apps, the OP, the PalmPay, they should be able to allow their users to instantly buy the top 5 cryptocurrency, instantly buy the top 10 cryptocurrency, and if they hold it, instantly get loans against it, right? So B2B integration and asset-backed loans will be like the next thing for us. Next slide, please. So, like I said, me and my co-founder are working together for a really long time, especially in crypto space, and also building software for like other companies. I've had over 6 years experience personally working in different companies, both in Nigeria and abroad, building software solution alongside Collins also, who's currently in the UK and also works across different technology companies. Then Linda helps us with content and marketing, and together we think we'll be able to like pull off 21 Verse together. Next slide. So yeah, basically that's what we're building. We're making it easy for people to invest in digital assets the simple, the smart way. You can check out at 21verse.com or scan the QR code. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. So at this stage, I want to bring on board all the judges, and they'll ask you for some clarity. And once you provide, you'll leave because they'll be confident. So the first judge I want to bring on board is called Toluwani. At some point, you met Tolu. And Tolu, any question for Anthony?
Yeah, yes. Just a few questions. You mentioned you have not launched, right?
Yeah, so we are testing internally. We are concluding an SLA agreement with PDAX. So we already integrated them, but then we need to figure out some documentation for us to use the live API keys. And so we are still in that process.
Okay, got it. I've also worked with them before. Yes, and could you tell me about your revenue model again? Before you go into the revenue model, I want to really know which of your features is going to go live in that it's going live in this current test. Which
Okay,
of
yeah.
the going live, and how
So
do
for,
you intend to make money on that feature?
so for the MVP, we are keeping it simple. So making it easy for people to just buy a token. So you either want to buy Bitcoin or Ethereum, want to buy it instantly, or you want to buy it every week, every day, or every month. And then the buckets. So you want to buy the top 5 or the top 10. So those are the two strategies we have: instant purchase of individual cryptocurrency, or purchase of top 5 or top 10. Right.
Okay. Got it. So you have, so sorry. So you've mentioned you plan to launch like a bundle. That's what they call those kind of
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
And then you want to do instant purchases. There are products that currently do this in the market already. Yes, and why are you doing it?
Okay. Like I said, for example, somebody like me that have been crypto, there are ways I can figure out how to do this. If you go to some of the exchanges and you really search deep, you would see where they have recurring purchase. Not many of them do have these buckets, right? And not most many of them try to build it in a way that is appealing to like the regular people not in crypto, right? So we're trying to build it in a way that focuses on not very crypto native people, and also they can do it with the local currencies, right? So not having to like figure out how to get the the different issues we face in the various crypto platforms on navigating it. Is it might be trivial for me or you, but then not trivial for a lot of folks who are willing to invest. Yeah.
Got it. How do you intend to manage custody? Because now you are using a third party platform. They mostly give you APIs. The assets you are buying, it almost feels like you are collecting money from somebody, taking it to them, and the wallets sit on their side. So how do you really manage custody in terms of like security and even using the
Yeah.
custody?
So that's actually a great question, right? For the MVP, we are mostly working with Quidas, and like with our discussion with them, they kind of actually hold the tokens themselves, and then we just interact over the API, right? And so they manage the custody over like as soon as possible. We are also, like I said, we're having discussion with Fireblocks. Fireblocks is a well-known custody provider, right? And they have different frameworks for ensuring security between us and the tokens themselves. So with Fireblocks, eventually they have something called an MPC where we can trade without even touching the tokens themselves. So it is safe and secure. And needs our key and their key to have access to it, right? So we are looking at that. For right now, we are working with that, and then with their own security measures, they handle in fact they also work with Fireblocks themselves, and yeah, we work in partnership with them for now. Also because of they have the VAPS license, which is quite expensive for us to have access to at the moment. So the only way we can really go live is to partner with another entity that has that license.
Got it. So a final question before I pass to the next person. Why are you doing this right now? Like there are 1,000 and other things that you could be doing. Why exactly do you want to do this?
Yeah, so like I said, over the years, right, personally, I've always been in the crypto space and just like I'll say hunting for ways to like make extra money, right? And it takes a lot of work to do. But then when you're in this space, you get a lot of people that say, "Oh, how did you get into this token? How should I get into?" And these people are like regular working class folks that I cannot really advise to take some of the risks that I can personally take. So like it's a lot of work. So and in thinking about this over the years, we decided that we probably can build something for this set of people, right? And of course, it will be used by even people beyond that. But like to make it just easy and simple, they don't. Hopefully, when you use 24 events on your PalmPay app, you don't think too much about crypto. You just know you are buying top 10 the same way you're buying S&P 500. So that's like the goal, and that's why we are building this. And also personally, as I grew older, I do not want to like do the chasing of this platform, that platform, oh, this airdrop, that airdrop. I wanted something I could focus on and just consistently build wealth because over time that's proven to be reliable, right? Constantly buy $10 every month for the past 4 years, you outperform most people that try to predict the market movements. So it goes for myself and then for some people.
Those are my questions for now.
And
Thank you.
you asked about how we plan to make money, right? I don't know if you've already answered that.
Yes, I think I caught that earlier in
Okay.
your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, I think the next judge should be Taiwo.
Of course. Thanks. I think it wasn't. So you're in part of the pitch, right? You mentioned that some of your customers or who you feel are best served by this are people who are already trading or in the market or looking at that, right? But it wasn't clear what specific pain point they have that you are actually addressing. And I know the more general ease of use and the volatility of the market, so you're restricting the coins, but those aren't pain points in and of themselves, and those aren't defensible either, right? So maybe you can shed a bit more light on the specific pain point that your customers will face and how this is solving for that.
Okay, yeah. So initially, we didn't even start out trying to focus on those set of people, right? But then after our survey and having conversations with potential customers, right, we decided to start like our MVP focusing on that, mostly because one, they already understand the importance of diversification of assets. They're already investing, not like trading, but like investing in things like stocks or on other platforms buying Nigerian equities, right? So they are already open to investment. They want to diversify to cryptocurrency because they understand and they hear about the potentials, but they are not in it because they feel it's risky. They feel they have to understand the subject matter and then understand the different tokens and then figure out when to buy, figure out when to sell, right? But we are coming in and saying the same way you handle, the same way you invest. For most of them, we talk to like we invest in like Bamboo or Piggyvest. The same way you put in your money in stock and then you don't worry, right? In S&P 500, and then you don't worry. It's the same way we want to build a product where you invest in the top cryptocurrencies, and then you don't have to worry about the individual tokens, right? Of course, we still have access for those that have more knowledge to like actually buy individual tokens. But like this was the discussion we had that made us try to focus on those folks. So it's not really the ease of use, is the fact that they are not even going to it because they do not fully understand it. So, but we're trying to marry it to something they know, and then say, and of course, back it by history, because it has proven to like be to outperform even the S&P 500, right? So, if you want to, you don't need to put all your money, but it's okay to have your skin in the game.
Okay. One of the key value propositions that you mentioned, I think this was earlier in the pitch as well, is around trust being one of the barriers that this is supposed to support and solve. But you didn't really talk through how you'd be building that trust, especially given that that's what you've proposed or pitched as one of the unique selling points here. Can you talk a bit about how you're developing trust that enables you to then maybe outperform your competition, or even just like lock in your users?
Yeah, so we intend to do that gradually, and that's why we are really starting out with solid partnerships, right? There are other kind of API providers that are available globally that we can just integrate with without too many regulatory hassles. But we chose to like go with Quidax and then considering Fireblocks because of they are solid and known in the industry, right? So with this gradual partnerships. We tend to like build a brand where the users themselves will have trust and confidence in our platform, right? Just the same way I think 6 years ago, most of the traditional investment application also had these issues of trust too, right? But over the years, they've been able to like grow it, and also with the licenses that government is coming on with. So we also intend to like have those licenses and also partner with government. As we partner with government, also people notice this and then they have more trust in us. So we do not want to be a random platform that can just randomly see on Telegram and then want to put their money in. And and this is how I've accessed crypto personally over the years. You just on Twitter, you are on Telegram, and then you're maybe putting your money in different places you don't understand. We want to build a brand opposite of that.
So,
Okay.
Taiwo,
All right. Thank you.
Sorry?
Okay.
Yep, that's it from me. That's it from me. Thank you.
Okay, then please let me have Ndo if you have a question for 21 Vest.
Okay. Hi. So you've been around your industry for a while. Maybe not doing exactly what you're trying to do at the moment. What would you say is your North Star metrics at the moment? Like, what's that one thing you have to double down on? Because there are a number of context to look at. You've just spoken about government intervention. You're talking about licensing, regulation, market trust, competition. Um, how do you really stand out from what's the one thing you really need to just double down on as your North Star metrics focus on, and you know that somehow that's connected to the pipeline of you breaking through and succeeding within this business?
So there are like two things, and I think it's trust and education, right? The space, like I said from our survey, majority of people are always skeptical about new assets, alternative assets, digital assets, and we intend to keep bringing other digital assets on board, right? Of course, with proper diligence. So dropping down, trying to build trust as an upcoming brand, right, is something that I think we need. Secondly, education, right? There's a lot of misconception about investing in digital assets. There's a lot of false information, or people do not even understand which approach they can take or strategies they can use, like to consistently invest. People do not DCA, so or people do not even know what the returns would have been if they did this or did that. So we intend to like build trust and then try to like also push out educational material content for everyone to like try to like
Yeah.
understand what they're doing.
Okay, so I think maybe just to be fair to you, maybe my question was like a two-in-one, to be frank.
Okay.
So what you need to double down on might not necessarily be what your North Star metrics is, because I'm trying to clearly understand what within the business is what you're focusing on specifically, that you know that would make the business thrive. I think what you've done is answer a little
Okay.
bit around how you want to maybe do that, maybe through trust, as you said, and education. And I'm guessing that might probably fall under a content education standpoint,
Yeah.
but within the business will be your North Star metrics. I'm guessing you understand what that means already, right?
Okay. Yeah. So I guess what I explained was how I'll reach that. So we're an investment platform, right? We want like want actual deposits into our platform, right? So if there's a metric like we want to keep growing it, people like to actually deposit, because this then leads to a lot of things, right? If we have deposits and a lot of deposits from users, it means you can then offer those loans that I want to offer. It means you can then generate yields for both your users and us. It's a good way for if you have sustainable what the word is good enough asset under management, then we'll be a viable business. Like the business dies if we do not have enough AUM.
Okay, thank you. That'll be all from me.
Okay, thank you, Ando. I will have Victor. If you have a question for Anthony, or if there is something he should clarify.
All right, thank you very much. Anthony, just want to clarify, do you promise your users a certain percentage in interest, or you just basically connect them with other investment assets they can have access to through your platform?
Yeah, we totally kind of refrain from like promising any form of interest, right? And we do not, at least for now. You have access to the assets, you own the assets, so we give you opportunity to see your portfolio and then track how much you're making every or losing every day. So if the market is down, you go to the app, you would see that the market is down. If the market is up, you see the market is up. Over time, with this is what is possible with USD with deposits. If you have deposit and you're holding stable coin on our platform, of course, then we can then say, oh, there's a 2% yield, 3% yield if you hold it for a year, right? Those are possible, but then mostly on if you're holding stable assets. But we're not focused on that at the moment. Right now, you're buying the assets and then you can watch it grow or drop in price.
All right, thank you. Oh, how do you deal with compliance? Sorry, last question.
Yeah, it's so we are mostly from tech background, so it was easier to like try to like build, but like compliance has been hectic. But then in a good way, because we really wanted to like go through it and then say, like use it as an avenue to build trust. And for every partner we've integrated, from identity to receiving payments, because we're in this space, has required extra documentation. And even some of the delays we've had is because of that. And so we are, like I said, working with Quidax, and they have given us a bunch of stuff to provide, and we've done the documentation, and we do not need any complex licensing at the moment to start, but just a partnership agreement, and which is what we're in the final stage of concluding.
All right, thank you.
Anyone with a follow-up question? So if we don't have a follow-up question, then I'll bring back Emmanuel, so you can ask him the questions that were left as we wait for Brand Drive, our next partner, to present to us their product that has been exceptionally useful for our founders and even for us as SDC team. So, Emmanuel, you will be back on stage, and Anthony, I'll bring you guys back in about 45 minutes, and then the judges will retreat and they'll bring us the verdict. Does that sound okay? Thank you. Taiwo, you had a question that you had to hold. Was it for Emmanuel or it was for Shalom? Sorry for the noise. Tolu, do you have a follow-up question for Emmanuel, or we can still keep him on hold for now?
No follow-up questions for Emmanuel. Yeah.
Okay, then. The next team to pitch as Brand Drive team gets prepared to present us the product, I'll bring on board Damilare from University X. And I hope, Dami, you are ready to pitch. So the stage is yours. Who is Damilare and what are you building? Hello, Damilare.
Hi, I can hear you now.
Okay, the stage is
My
yours.
network. All right, will you be sharing my slides?
Yes, I will be
appreciate
sharing.
that.
Yes. Yeah. So I'll be sharing your slide.
All right.
And, Beatrice, apologies, we've just jumped you for Damilare so that we try to balance the time, but immediately after Damilare, it should be your turn. Thank you. Okay, there you go, Dami.
Hello, everyone. Apologies about the lights. There's no NEPA light here, so apologies for that. My name is Damilare Ololade, and I am the CEO of University X, and we like to say we're building the future of education in Africa. So University X is Africa's career accelerator platform. Next slide, please. So here is a picture of Ebuka, and he's 24 years old. He just graduated from Lagos State University with a computer science degree. And like thousands of Nigerian graduates, Ebuka quickly realized early that university was not preparing him for the real world. So he did what many of us would do. He started to learn online. He was able to teach himself HTML and CSS using different tools online, from YouTube to Solo Learn and all of that. He even tried Udemy and Coursera, but every time he got stuck, there was no one to help. He would spend hours, sometimes even days, getting blocked on problems that someone could have helped explain it to him in like 5 minutes. So Ebuka looked for boot camps too in order to solve this problem, but a lot of the boot camps were priced at over $300,000. Sorry, 300,000 naira, and will require him to spend up to 6 to 12 months. And as a fresh graduate who is also supporting his family, it was quite difficult for him. And even worse, these boot camps have a one-size-fits-all program. So whether you already know HTML and CSS, you are being bundled with everybody and starting from scratch. So next slide, please. So Ebuka found University X, and within please go back one slide. Yes. So Ebuka found University X, and within 6 weeks, he was able to complete a React development course where he had a live instructor and he was able to get help when he needed it. So the story of Ebuka is not different from my story, where I studied computer science in Lagos State University. Before I graduated, I figured out I really need to take my own destiny and future in my hands. So I started learning skills online. I faced these issues, and there was a boot camp I wanted to join. I already knew basic HTML, CSS, but it required them to take about 3 to 6 months before they get to where I'm at. So I just basically had to drop off for that program. This is why I'm building University X for millions of Nigerians and Africans who need a career accelerator program. So what problem is University X solving? Here in the problems statement slide. Africa's skill gap has widened to over 60%, and traditional degrees and boot camps are not closing the gap. One of the points here is that our AI economy is outpacing the education system, which I would mention how we are partnering with some organizations like Covenant to be able to solve that. The second point here is that Boot camps take months to complete, while millions of professionals want to upskill quickly. Thirdly, is that Africa's skill gap is costing us, our economy, and companies also spend millions annually retraining employees. And lastly, governments, institutions, and companies are even demanding scalable, skill-based solutions that can help equip learners quickly and effectively. Next slide, please. So what is University X? University X is an AI-powered gamified learning platform that allows learners gain job-ready skills through project-based learning. And how we do this is by partnering with universities, organizations, and governments to be able to launch scalable training program in days and not months. With our partnership with different creators across Nigeria, we help put off the stress away from faculty and HR teams. And one of the things we sell is that on University X, you get a personalized AI pathway so that I won't have to experience the problem that I did trying out an academy where I needed to stay 3 to 6 months relearning everything that I knew just to be able to catch up with the pace of the cohort. Secondly is real-world skill application. So on University X, our courses are basically tied to a skill. We have an AI automation course that basically helps people to learn these skills and be able to use it either for freelancing or use it in their current job or even in their business. And lastly, scalable training infrastructure where universities and organizations and even governments can just plug into our system, sign up, remix courses that can now be used by their own users or their own students. We have a market size or would I say a total addressable market in Nigeria of over 120 billion. And this is even us being generous and trying to say we just want to target entry-level professionals. In this case, these are university students, fresh graduates, and all of that. And the demand is very clear. Nigeria has a growing skill gap, and there's also immediate demand with even the government launching, would I say, programs to be able to solve this. Interesting enough, we have like an ongoing partnership with the 3M program where they want to take their content to universities, and we are trying to position as that infrastructure to make that happen. Next slide, please. So our business model is we allow people to pay per course. So we have, for instance, an AI automation course that is priced for 5K, and we were able to launch that. In this cohort, we had about 20 people signed up and 5 people from an organization, Maitura, a Google for Startups company. And the idea is we want it to be affordable for entry-level professionals, like I said. And our technology makes this easy for us to scale. And our second business model is corporate upskilling. Like I said, my Itura uses our platform, and also institutional licensing. We have a pilot program with Covenant, and we have other ones with Pan Atlantic University and NIL. Next slide, please. So this is what the platform looks like. University X is like Duolingo meets Coursera. So we take the old gamification concepts and bring it into a platform where people are learning serious skills to help transform their life and their careers. Next slide. So this is how a student would access their institutions or their companies on our platform. They will go to University X/Explore. They would see all the institutions. If they are from Covenant, they can select. If they are from Wema Bank, they can select. And they can even select individual courses on our platform. That's if they are not affiliated with any organization. Next slide, please. And this is what it looks like for the organization. So this is the demo of the Covenant University dashboard. An organization or an academy can also sign up, remix courses so that they can track engagement and all of that activities on our platform. Next slide. Competition. So we have direct and indirect competitors. And why we have indirect competitors are because these are the people that we're trying to partner with. University X is infrastructure first. We partner with creators and experts. And that's why we see these guys, and academies. That's why we see these guys as indirect competitors. Our direct competitors are guys like Coursera, Udemy. And one of the things that makes us stand out is that University X is cohort-based, which is really important. Self-based courses have a completion rate of 10 to 15%, which means when somebody starts, there's a low chance they get to finish it. But with University X, we have over 70 to 80% completion rate because we have an instructor and is also like cohort-based. And another differentiator is we are AI focused. So we have like AI assistants on the app that can really help people whenever they need help. And we're also very affordable and bite-sized. Next slide, please. So our vision roadmap is to become the global infrastructure for skill-based learning anywhere in the world, because even if this problem is very prevalent in Africa, other countries also experience this, where university doesn't really translate to skills that they can use in the real world. So our vision roadmap is to scale digital skills globally, power hybrid and physical skills in the future, where even if you want to learn a physical skill, you can use our platform to learn the virtual part, and for the physical part, we can connect you to our partner instructors and all of that. And here, our traction in the program is quite interesting because we had a pivot plan in the program. So in these 8 weeks, we have been able to launch our first paid course, which we had 20 paid customers. We had to even cap it at 20 so that we can really test all these hypotheses. We have 100K in revenue, and early this year we got into Wema Bank Accelerator. We also got grants from it and all of that. Next slide, please. So this is my team. My name is Damilare Ololade. I'm ex-Gradely. Gradely is an education tech startup. I'm a software developer. I did an agency for a while, so I have my hand in design, development, and business and all of that. Oludare is our AI engineer, which also doubles as our CTO. We have a product designer, and we have our advisor, that's Mr. Solomon Ayodele, who is like the head of innovation at Wema Bank. Next slide, please. So we're raising 100K. Next slide, please. Can anybody still hear me? I want to be sure I'm still live. Okay, that's fine. So we're raising, no, please, back to the 100K. So we're raising $100,000 at a 1.5 million USD valuation. Please, the valuation slide. Yeah. So, and the goal is for us to be able to build this product and scale nationwide. We know if we can hack the Nigerian market, we can scale across Africa, because the Africa's skill gap is huge and it's costing economies and also companies. And last slide. So that's all. I'm trying to work around my time, but our vision for building University X is so that academies are very nice, they're very good, but because with every academy cohort, for instance, like old school, it takes you from scratch to where you become proficient. But what happens after that, where you want to become mid-level, you want to become senior? That is what University X is building. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Olalade, and that's great. So on stage are our 3 available judges. They will ask you questions, at least one each of them. And this is just to seek clarity or to advise you. So I hope you're ready. Take a deep breath, and then I'll allow the first judge. Taiwo, please.
Of course. Great presentation. Thanks a lot for all the information, the structure, and the details you went into. I have one question here that's a bit more general. What would you say is your biggest barrier to unlocking the true potential of the product and where your business can be?
Sorry, if you can hear me, I can't
I can hear you.
hear you clearly.
Oh, that's
All right, please,
unfortunate.
can you repeat the question?
Yeah, of course. Can you hear me now, though?
Yes,
Can
I
you hear me?
can.
Okay, maybe there's a bit of a lag,
Yes,
so
yes,
I'll give some time for you to answer. But my question was that, what's the one thing that is your biggest barrier to unlocking the growth potential and scale of the business? So if you had to pick one thing that would truly unlock the value and the opportunities in the space that you're playing in, what's that thing?
So I would say it would be our development. So first of all, a small team, and it's quite incredible that we have more demand than supply. First, we were building a different product. So we had over 2,000 people on wait list. Now we had to like pivot. Now we have over 200 people, and we just had to like cap this first cohort at 20, with people even saying, oh, we want to use the platform and all of that. So I would say our biggest barrier is that we're a small team. So the scale of us building and launching fast is actually like somehow slow. I'm the only one working full time. All my other team members are part-time, and I'm full-time because it takes full-time part of my brain. So I have to like actively do partnership conversations, attend events, investors, and all of that. I would say like at this stage, because we have had like interest from the guys at Covenant, we did a pilot program with them where people that's like their 100 level students were taking C programming courses on our platform, course rather. And the idea is that there's only much they can achieve in class, but with our platform, they can like go a step further, which the school really loved. So by next year, we're launching like 5 more programs, and also trying to like work with other institutions. But we can't work with them if our platform cannot scale. Yeah, and
Okay.
we're working on version 2, which we want to be like out by January. Yeah.
Okay, and apologies, I know we were only allowed one question, but
yeah,
I think the team size and the ability to develop rapidly, I think that's but like that's clear. Like the more people you have, the more likely you are to build something quicker, bigger, and better. But so let me ask for what's the second thing that you think would, and you can't say funds either. So what's the second thing that you think would really unlock the growth and scale of the business?
So I would say if we can act partnerships, it would go a long way. So the guys that we're talking to at these organizations, even outside of like universities, we're speaking to guys like Paid HR, Wema Bank, and some other banks who like feel this is something they would like to use. And I'm the one building the product and also trying to be the sales guy at the same time. And I think like if we're able to maybe, so for instance, why we have not even like put more effort into that is that we already have like a demanding wait list, and it does not make sense for us to keep having those conversations where they are now like, okay, let's now use the platform, and they are saying, oh guys, wait. So I think we need to fix that would I say problem of having a platform that we can scale. Then we can solve that B2B side. I think if we're able to solve these two, it's a revenue generating machine, because we have been able to prove that this model works. And yeah.
All right, thanks a lot for that response.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Taiwo. So I bring Tolu.
Yeah, so the question I have for you is tell me, how does this work? And by how does this work? Interestingly, I happen to know Gridley from their very early days, and I know several other businesses like them that are built around gamification for learning, like SimbiBot, etc. How does your product work in the sense of the curation of the content? Who curates the content? What version is this content in? How does it convert into gamification? and what's the end result of the experience of that single user, yes, and that interacts
Yeah.
with the work.
So I would explain how our version 1 works with this first cohort that we launched. So we have an AI automation course, and the idea is that we want to take you from a beginner to building AI automations for your business if you're an employee or you just want to use it as a freelancer. So we have 20 people in this cohort. There's a WhatsApp group and we have an instructor. So for the content, we partnered with that instructor where they have like a YouTube video of over 5 hours content, taking people from scratch on how to use N8N. And what we did is to bring that 8-hour course on our platform and break it into bits of 5-10 minutes. If you remember, I mentioned bite-sized learning and Duolingo model. So it means that as a first learner, they come on the platform, they create an account, then they go to explore, they search for the AI automation course. Once they add it, it shows on their dashboard. Then from there, they can now start accessing all their learnings. So if they click on the AI automation course, for instance, they'll see module 1, module 2, module 3, just the way I showed it in the slide about like the ladder gamification. So they see like module 1, module 2, lesson 1. So our instructor has done the hard work of breaking it down. So it's not just video. So there's text which like explains some concepts. Then you watch the video. Then there's like a summary. Then we also do like reinforcement learning when we are asking you a question or for you to reflect on something. Every Wednesday, there's a mini project that they have to do. On Saturday, like today now by 7 p.m., we have like a live call where our instructor, who is a CEO of a startup, child, now takes everybody on that call where they can ask questions and also get clarification. So at the end of the program, which is a 4-month program, they would already have like 3 projects that they have made. So we're able to solve for the fact that they came into the program and they were able to learn something. On the gamification side, we also have daily streaks, and we also have a leaderboard system. And as we are learning, we're also trying to implement different things. For instance, like peer learning. So we post 3. So we have like 20 people. So we have 5 of them in a group where they have to be like accountable to each other. And I would like to say is like SDC. So how the SDC program works is that there's Cynthia has a course on Seller where there's module and lesson, but then we have like live classes either Mondays, Wednesdays, or Saturday where the founders in this cohort can ask questions and can get clarity and also help in what they are doing. So we were just building that infrastructure that allows for scale. Excuse me. Yeah, and I would say the interesting part about what we've built is that you as an instructor, you don't need to be the creator of that course. You can just sign up on our platform. If we're like done all the checks, you just remix it and you can lead that cohort. So it means we can have multiple 20 to 30 people cohorts that are being led by developers in Paystack, Flutterwave that can really help people learn and build things that just beyond like watching Udemy courses. No shades to Udemy,
Yeah.
but yeah.
No, yeah, I get it. Like they are big anyway, so any shit.
Yeah, exactly. They are $1 billion.
Okay, so I think the second thing I was going to say was like, I think that there could be an advantage in focusing on simplifying that process for creators, so that when the creator brings, like maybe sets up a plan or has a content, then your system can just automate the process of gamification and or even like breaking it down. And the closer you are to that,
Yes, we
yeah,
do.
yeah,
Yeah, I wish I could. Sorry, please finish. My
yeah.
network.
So no problems around that. So if I think that will provide an advantage, but beyond that, the reality is I want to ask. So now you are one person. Like, tell me about the time it takes you to get content out. Like, what does that look like right now?
So it
Or
takes
like
a
it
while
yeah.
because what we just built is like a system that's separate from the app where we take like the video. So we first take a full video, 5 hours video, then we strip it off the caption so that we know like what each part is talking about. Then with our AI, which is basically powered by Claude, because Claude thinks better. So we now break it down into lessons. So there's now from timestamps. So we take from like this in 00 to 50 of that course. Then we now so the AI now tells you that, okay, so this is where you are using for the video. Then this is what should be like an intro, then you put the video, then summary, and if there's any reinforcement thing that is happening there. I would say so. So that is what we do. But our plan for this version 2, like I mentioned, is that it is integrated with the platform. So if you as a creator, you already have like your own videos, you can just put it there and the AI just adds it up. I wish I can share my screen and show you guys how it is. So it works like Notion. So it's easy. You can add text, add video, and do all of that AI stuff. Then on the student side, it now shows like Duolingo, where like, okay, this is your most recent course. This is how many daily stuff that you have. Can I share my screen? Admin.
Don't worry about that. I've already imagined it. So don't worry.
Yeah.
But like I have just one question before I go.
All right.
Quickly, like it's a free content world right now, and a
Yeah.
lot of very big platforms that were monetizing learning are down. Some of them are dead. You understand?
Yeah.
Some of them that are big are struggling. You understand? How do you deal with that when you think about building a strong business model? Yes, and how do you deal with that?
Yeah, so I would say one is that this AI automation course now, for instance, it's a free course on YouTube, and we even specified it on like, so if you go to university.app now and you see like the AI automation course and you can read about it, we specified that this is free content, but what we're helping you with is an instructor, and like you have like community of people to learn and all of that. What we have realized that people don't pay for those courses is because they don't see the value to the end. And I would specify that, except we're saying like the end of like this era is the end of learning and people will no longer learn, and which is like not true. You understand my point? Because there are still people from SS3 that are now like getting into 100 level and they need to figure out their careers. Which platforms will these guys turn to? Which is why we're even like expanding our distribution to just you as a learner using our platform, and we're now directly integrating with universities and also organizations. So I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, I got you clearly. Next person can go, the next judge. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Tolu. So it's time for Ndu. Ndu, any questions?
I think pretty much some of the 2 questions out of what I wanted to ask, I think has been asked by the other judges. So none from me. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
That's great. So I think Beatrice should be able to join. So Damilare, that was an interesting presentation, and I will bring you back probably in the next 40 minutes after the judges have deliberated on what you just shared. In the meantime, do you have anything else you want us to know about University X that we are
So I'd
missing
say
out?
I'd say we're open up to like partnerships, organizations that want to upskill their employees, except if what we are saying is that nobody would need any upskilling. That means you need to use University X, and we want people to invest in our growth. So that's what I'm going to say. Thank you very much.
I think I had a question, and as I wait for Brand to set up the system, I think I can ask. I'm not a judge,
All right.
but there was a question that Tolu asked, and I didn't get it quite clear from
Okay.
you, where he asked who vets the courses, like who gives them that credibility. My first assumption is, are you getting an already vetted content and then you just make it into the form that you just mentioned, simplified for the readers, or do you go about this?
So we are an infrastructure first company. So we partner with creators and academies. So with the first cohort that we launched was us partnering with an expert. This is an AI automations expert, somebody that has used N8N, which is like what we're teaching, in his own company. So he has proof of work basically. And also in terms of content, our team also like vets it, which is me, and I'll like watch the course and also see like if it's recent, and is also like an expert, and also in the cohort they also get to build projects. So yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. And okay, thank you for that. I'm checking if Brand Drive team is ready. If they're not, okay. I'm told that you will take us over. Do you mind doing that?
Okay, sure, yeah, great. I can. I thought Beatrice was doing that, but that's fine. I can always do that.
Yeah, seems like she's back. So let's have her go ahead, please. Thank you, Ndu, for agreeing to that. So Beatrice is back. Beatrice, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. It's been so nice listening to everybody's conversation. So I'll just share my screen and just take us through a brief introduction into Brand Drive. Okay, yes. William, can you see my screen?
I'm still trying to find it. Yeah, I can see it. So there you go.
Okay, awesome, great. So at Brand Drive, what we do is we want to support business owners on the journey of running and managing their business. So you would agree that as a founder, one very important thing that is going to be, or rather, one thing that's going to be very important in your growth or in the future will be the ability for you to understand your metrics, understand your business data, and use that to judge the growth or vice versa of your business. So basically, the ability for you to come back and understand how much growth or how much progress you've actually made in your business. And you would not be able to do all of that if you're not tracking the day-to-day data, the day-to-day activities that happen in your business. So let's look at it as 1 year down the line, you want to be able to understand what growth has happened or how much percentage growth have you actually achieved in the past 1 year. So at Brand Drive, we aim to solve that gap, close that gap for business owners by helping them do two things, which is the first is the ability to record their day-to-day transactions. So every time as a business owner, you're either making sales or making expenses or even receiving investors' funds, how do you quickly and easily keep records of those transactions?
And then we take it a step further by providing you with AI-powered insights. We provide you with accounting reports that break down progress, that break down your business growth, and help you actually know what those metrics mean for your business. So that's what we do at BrandDrive. Now, the problem we're trying to solve is very easy. So it's been said that around 80% of businesses do not survive their first 5 to 10 years. And most of the reasons that were tied to all of those failure revolve around lack of financial management, lack of business insights, and we're trying to solve that problem for businesses. So, like I said, that's what we do. So our platform is made up of different tools, or our platform includes different tools that help you to track your business data when it comes to things like your invoices, your point of sale for retail businesses. We provide you with free online shop for businesses who have maybe physical products or services that they would like to also display online. We also have APIs for tech-enabled businesses. I know I've heard about a lot of tech-enabled businesses today. So we have APIs that help you to also still utilize BrandDrive as an admin platform. So basically, you can plug into whatever tech product or tech stack that you're using in your products. And then we then provide you with insights and accounting reports and AI reports. So I'm going to just give a little bit of insights into how the Okay. Sorry, please, can you still hear me? Okay, so our AI reports include business intelligence, data analytics, and AI support. That's like a chat support. So in business intelligence, we give you custom dashboards that show you metrics like your North Star metric, month-on-month growth, what your customer lifetime value is, what you are. I'm sure you've heard about most of these metrics. So we bring all of these metrics to your forefront as a business owner and provide that to you with custom dashboards. We also provide you real-time reporting with your accounting statements and automated alerts. Then when it comes to data analytics, we have tools that help you to predict for instance, what cash flow you can expect in the future, predict what the financial trends of your business would be in the next 1 month, in the next 1 year. And you can also make sure that your business is prepared for what those metrics are going to be. And most importantly, the AI reports also come with the AI live chat. So you can chat up Nivram, and Nivram is equipped to provide you with real-time business reports. Nivram also does market intelligence, so you can advise you on the best routes when it comes to maybe either marketing your business or you want to do a competitor analysis. We have all of those tools available just to make sure that as a business owner, when it comes to having the right data, having the right predictions or analytics at your fingertips that would help you to grow your business, you have all of that available. So in a nutshell, this is what BrandDrive does, and this is how we want to support founders from day one. So we don't want it to be that 5 years down the line is when you're going to be looking for that information, or maybe when you're trying to bring in investors and they're asking for your financial statements, or they're trying to do due diligence is when you're going to be putting that information together. We want to make sure that from day one and from when you're starting your business, you are ready for all of these needs that your business is going to have. And more importantly, now with all the tax requirements that Nigeria is having, and also I think some other African countries, we are also equipped to make sure that you're prepared for all of those government's financial requirements also. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Betty. I am speaking, but since I'm not on stage, you were not able to hear me. Really great help for our our founders and their co-founders. We really appreciate you and the BrandDrive team. As I wait for the last person to join us to pitch, I'll love to ask Andu, just outside. So what really motivated you to build BrandDrive?
There's always the hi. There's always the call it genuine deep hack story, and then of course the face value side of things. For me, it was consulting for a long time with my first startup, Hemdall. Um, we were providing tech stack and building for ambitious founders, and then supporting them with some level of strategy around their growth. However, most of these businesses weren't able to scale effectively, and the few ones we basically spent a lot of time tracking their data and using that data for decision making. We saw a lot of interesting growth around that. And we doubled down on that, expanded out for about 250 to about 750 customers in about the first 6 months. But then we started having a scaling problem. So we needed to figure out how can businesses stay um, very successful, but utilizing data as an advantage. And that became one of the major reasons why basically we founded Brand Drive. However, we quickly learned that most businesses weren't keeping records. So we tracked back a bit, focused on helping businesses be able to record sales that come to their business on a day-to-day basis. Not necessarily just even about invoices or expenses or point of sale, but just any form of revenue that comes in within the business or any form of investment that comes within the business. You can properly track that, but you can also track how that money leaves the business, because the sweet spot for any business is profit. And that's what we've been very focused on. For founders, one of the interesting advantages we have is you get a lot of clarity around your numbers. One of the things that's helped us even at Brand Drive is whether you're fundraising or you're bootstrapping, you want to be very clear around what your figures are from day one. Most of us probably don't have accountants within our teams, and Brand Drive can act as a complete CFO to be able to power that function for businesses. With even in integration now we have with FRS and LRS, businesses filing for tax or being able to stay compliant becomes very seamless. So for us, we just want to be the best business partner to enable founders and business owners scale in the more competitive environment that we find ourselves in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a complete suite product. So initially, I thought it was just an inventory management tool until I got deeper.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ndu, and thank you, Beatrice. And we are happy to remain in touch because the relationship has been quite mutual.
Absolutely. Same here.
Yeah. So Mav is here, and Mav wants to pitch their product, a very interesting product they've been building, and they are already in post-revenue stage. Mav, if I'm not wrong, are you able to speak? If you're
Hello, can you hear
speaking,
me?
we still cannot hear you, and we are struggling a bit to hear you.
Hello, William, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. So with us here are the judges, and they are on one mission.
Hello, can you hear me, William?
Yes, can you hear me?
Unfortunately, I cannot hear you. I don't know if something is wrong. Hello.
Hi, Dami, can you hear me?
Is there a chat function?
Dami.
Okay, yeah, there's a comment section. Please, if you can hear me, just drop a message in the comment section so I know you can hear me. Oh, awesome. Okay, so I'll just jump right straight into it. Hello everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Marvelous Venero. Good to be at Pixel. Um, we like to see the empowering creatives to grow professionally, one work process or one workflow at a time. There are over 5 million African creatives on the continent of Africa, and they are marked by messy deliveries, unpaid balances. By the way, next slide, William. Um, Messy deliveries, unpaid balances, and even local payments, infrastructure, you know, even liabilities. Um, Next slide. And how are we solving this at our Pixel? Well, we provided an all-in-one solution that removes that chaos, right? We are providing that seamless workflow that allows creatives to deliver seamlessly to their clients and to also ensure they collect all their payments from the clients. Next slide. What does an unlocked Africa creative economy look like? It is a world where creatives are empowered with localized professional end-to-end delivery system. Next slide. It's a huge market potential we have here. The total addressable market for the total creative economy globally is a $13.3 billion market. And for us, we've picked um, well, actually, 13.3 billion is for the emerging market, not global market statistics, by the way. That's for emerging markets across the world. But for us at our Pixel, we focused on the African market, which is a $4 billion opportunity, and currently launching from Nigeria, firstly. That presents us with a $200 million ARR opportunity. As of today, we currently generate over 1.8 million naira in monthly recurring revenue. We've got over 6,000, almost 7,000 creatives registered on our platform to secure over 100 million naira in balance payments. And they've successfully gone on to deliver over 46,000 projects on our platform. Next slide. So the competitive advantage, when you look at it in comparison to other international solutions for emerging markets, is we're positioned, of course, for emerging markets. We provide them with localized currencies in order for them to seamlessly pay to use the platform, as well as, of course, professional deliveries, which is what we are all trying to solve for. But yeah, from the way we currently build our processes and our GTM strategy, we are culturally adapting into emerging markets. Next slide. The business model is pretty simple. We currently charge a subscription fee uh, to our creatives to seamlessly just use the platform. Next slide. The team is a very small team. Zenith is our founder. We have Jack Kamso, who is our comms and brand lead, and we have Cyrus, who is the expense manager, while I lead growth. Next slide. We're currently raising 500K, and this is because we've of course discovered that we need PMF. So for us, the next agenda on the list is scale, and that's scaling regionally and internationally. At the moment, we're currently live in over 15 African countries, generating revenue in this market. So for us, we want to double down on those growth. We want to also use the funds to support our product development as well as just customer acquisitions across the market. So if you're interested, we're looking forward to seeing you. Reach out to us at the email you can see on the screen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mav. And on the stage are our three judges. What they'll do, they'll just ask you questions, and the questions are not to test your clarity on what you just pitched, and to give you some advice that might help you grow. So the first judge will be Toluani. Toluani, please ask Marvelous as many questions as you want, and give him also as many advices as you can.
Yeah, thank you very much. So the first question I have is, pardon me, I don't know why it is so, but I don't exactly know what you do clearly. So you mentioned you have tools, you build tools that allow people to do workflows and what do you call it, collect payments as well. can you tell me exactly what you do? And then tell me what the tools that you talked about, what they are and how they work.
All right. Hi, Tolu, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Clear. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So it's simply an administrative tool that allows creative streamline their workflow. It's just straight to the point, literally an admin tool that allows them to collect payments. So as a creative, typically what a creative would do, say photographer for example, is I send you the document job after editing your files, and then I send it to you either via a Google Drive link, right? That's the current process that exists. But there's no control over the IP. I need to say that after I deliver that link to you, I'm assured that I will get my balance payments. There is no process to currently manage for that, right? So that is, a very big issue for creatives because a lot of them lose a lot of money just because clients refuse to pay them that balance fee. Now, the administrative tool that we've now provided allows them to share a link to the file. It shows them, hey, your files are edited. You have 15 files. I mean, that's part of what we signed in the contract. You have 15 files on this link. They are edited, they are ready to go, but you need to pay your balance in order for you to access the file. Straightforward for the balance payment feature. Another feature that will help them streamline is selections. So as a creative, you have a particular what I call it a review session, right, with a particular client after doing the shoot. And then you're now showing the clients multiple images and they have to make a pick. Because in the contract, you can't edit 1,000 pictures and deliver 1,000 pictures. That's not the contract. In the contract, it depends on the photographer,
Yes,
on the
yeah,
creative. It might be I deliver 100 pictures or
yeah.
I deliver you one
And,
single video or two videos.
yeah.
Right now, the only way to currently work with your clients is to either number those specific images. So let's say you have 1,000, so you number them from 1 to 1,000, and then you tell the person make your selections, right? Or you sit down with your clients and you tell them make your selections. I'll take a note of them, and then I'll go back and edit. That's the way it currently works for creatives in the market. Um, However, in order to solve for that, via the selection gallery, you can send the link to the client. Now you send that link, the link is going to have for preview only, and it's also going to reduce the quality of the image. So you don't have to be worried as a creative that if I'm sending a selection gallery, the clients can go ahead and make use of the image even without me editing. So creatives do not need to fear that such a thing will happen, right? So there's a watermark on the screen. You just go ahead as a client, make your selections. The creative would feed the notifications of your selections with the identification of the images that you have made, right? And then go ahead to edit and then send you a delivery gallery link, right? So these are some of the features that we currently have. So again, another thing is that we are also talking about when it comes to professional workflow for creatives is a seamless no code tool for building your portfolio, right? And also for showing the jobs that you've done. So rather than tell them go check my Instagram, you have a centralized platform where your booking can also be done right after they've checked your portfolio. So again, it's just an all-in-one admin tool that literally just makes the life very easy for creatives.
That clearly. Thanks for sharing that. I think the second question. So if I get you quite all right, you are like you offer like escrow services that allow people deliver their work, share their IP, and make sure that they still get their payments. And the customer gets served, the creative gets his own payment. Yes, and a question I will have ask is, what are the challenges that you have today around doing that, like providing that service, especially to the creatives? What are the challenges you have around onboarding the creatives and making sure that you're able to deliver more value to them?
At the moment, I would say our only challenge is distribution to be able to get to as many creatives as possible, right? Which is literally just buying the trust of African creatives. Because I mean, I think we in Africa just genuinely don't just believe in platforms that are, first of all, built in Africa, right? Especially when it comes to handling complex things like IP of certain industries, right? So, what is the chances that if I upload a memory that was taken at a wedding, um, the file will remain, like absolutely nothing will be wrong with it. Because if I've gone ahead to go delete it on my local storage, you are literally my lifeline, right? And there's no way I can replace that memory. I can't tell them to do their wedding again because I lost the images, right? So that in itself is just the only problem we currently experience. But because of how solid our infrastructure is, we've had a 99.8% uptime. So we barely have had any downtime when it comes to such situations. We've never lost a client project before, right? So this in itself is already helping us build that momentum off the back of the fact that these creatives can go ahead to trust us and literally handle their entire workflow from A to Z, right? So from getting the client to delivering to the client, the entire process. Some of them are beginning to, just take the leap. And how are we sure that we are getting a lot of, commitment from creatives is when we see some people going ahead to pay for an entire year of the platform. About 2 days ago, we had someone pay for a year of our pro plan. We've had people pay for a year of our studio plan, which is pretty expensive from an African perspective of saying Africans don't pay for software solutions. We've had people pay over 200,000 naira a month to us just to use the platform, right? So we are already gradually building that trust and that momentum. Um, and to a very large extent, we can see um, that what I call a potential bottleneck is beginning to just sort of ease off. We're beginning to just nip that off in the board.
But those are all my questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And do you have any question for Mav?
Awesome. Any other question?
None. I can very much relate to what Mav value proposition is. I think the initial question I had was the fact that he wasn't explicitly very clear around what value the company was solving. I think I had to quickly just go to the website, and that pretty much just gave me clarity. So understanding that, because I came from a media background as well, it's a very valuable consign, and it's spot on when the trust factor is there, because I can understand some years back when maybe you upload a wedding or an event and you don't have any other lifeline, and that becomes an entire disaster. So it's a very important value proposition you're solving, but I think maybe next time it would be great to have that communicated in the most simplest way. Sometimes that really does the magic. So great work. On my end, no questions. I think you're thinking around most of the major problems. You don't need to have all of them solved, but I think from what you've said, I can tell you already have some of those questions already answered, at least by my own standing. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Ndu. To our last judge, Taiwo, you have any questions or advice to Mav?
Yeah, sure. I think, I don't know if it was in the presentation already. I know the ask is for 500K, I think I saw, but I didn't get any details around use of funds.
Sorry, I think I was hearing you ask a question earlier. I didn't quite get it. It seems my network's a bit choppy at the moment. Sorry, can you repeat yourself in there?
Yeah, no, I was saying that on the last slide, I believe there was a your ask, right, is for 500,000, right? Well, whatever what the amount was, there wasn't an accompanying slide to show what the use of funds would be. So if you could share what your ask is and your use of funds. Were you able to get that?
Mav, it seems like we lost you.
Yeah, hello, can anyone hear me? I don't know. My network is a bit messy, right?
Okay, we
can hear you now. Yeah. Do you want me to type the question in the chat, maybe?
Sorry, I can't hear anyone. This is a mess.
Okay. You can't hear anyone. Okay.
Hello. You know what?
Yeah,
Let me go out and come back in. Sorry.
Okay, so as we wait for Mav, I want to thank you all for having been sitting for almost the last 4.5 hours just to support the founders. And I have a concern. Shalom told me that because of the internet thing, he feels like we did not give him a space to defend his product well. Is it okay with all of us? We give him like 15 minutes or 10. Let me just hear it directly from you guys. Tolu, can we sit another 10 minutes after Mav before you guys retreat to make the decision?
Yeah, so what I would want to know is that request to pitch again or to answer questions?
To answer the questions that were not asked, but my thought is we've been sitting for long, so just in case you want him to go over the slide quickly, as that is still open.
Okay,
so
got it. So on my side, I think I caught all of his slides quite all right. The presentation was fine. It was the question time that we didn't. Some of us had a few more questions for him earlier, so. But I don't have a problem with an extension.
Okay, so Shalom, I know you can hear us, so we'll give you another 10 minutes. So Mav, you should be back.
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, my network is a bit choppy this afternoon. Apologies. Yeah, I think I heard him asking a question earlier. I was just gonna.
Yeah, the question was around the use of funds. Can you clarify what your ask is in terms of investments or what you're raising and what the use of funds will be?
Okay, so yeah, we've established the fact that we're pretty much established PMF. So for us, the use of funds is literally just a scale. At the moment, we're currently live scalically across 10 to 15 African countries at the moment. The goal for us is to touch base on the entire continent and then begin to scale that to other regions or to other emerging market regions. So talk about Southeast Asia, talk about Europe, for example. Those are also countries that begin to see inbound. People in Netherlands, France are also beginning to adopt the solution, even though there is a US counterpart for us. But people love what we're doing. The fact that we're building a brand that literally listens to the request of creatives and just build out for the majority of them. So we're beginning to even see people sort of like a defection already happening especially for the continent of Africa, right? So we just want to scale that across the continent. So the use of fund is purely going to be for scale, right? Scale, literally.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, you don't have a follow-up question. So I wish we had one of the Burna Boys song to play, but in the interest of time, I'll just make your heads burst. I'll have Shalom on stage to wind up. So the questions that were not asked, please feel free to ask them. Mav, that was great, and you can stay with us as the judges will be leaving the stage in the next 15 minutes and coming back after 20 to 25 minutes with their verdict. So Shalom, you're on stage. Okay, use the minimum time.
Am I audible?
Crystal clear.
All right. Thank you very much, judges, for the opportunity to come back. I really wanted to address the questions and to also get the other questions that you said you asked me. So I sort of already wrote down some of the questions that were asked earlier, and then I'll just run through the responses I already had. So I think I got broken in between. Asked around security. I remember the question was asked around security and how we intend to work on manage the interactions between people that are matching together as women. Basically. So for that, I was talking about how we're looking into when we talks with Doja that provides KYC services to startups and businesses. Basically. Also, I mentioned how we're in partnerships with schools intentionally also to also get access to their records. This also gives us access to the student database and lets us verify with the students, with the schools, whether if these people are students again and they have access to the data that they have for the first basically to proper verification. I also mentioned that as much as we're building this to sort of help in terms of giving people an efficient match in terms of resume, we're not saying we're going to totally remove it because I mean even from the best relationship that we have, we still have quarrels day in day out, and it's easier to work with someone that at least you know is someone you can relate with. So as much as possible, we're building to mitigate with efficient matchmaking models. So earlier this week, I had a call with the territorial manager of Google Cloud, and they had reached out to us saying they had seen me online and they were pitching Google AI for us to use as a matchmaking model for our algorithms to basically give people a seamless match in terms of apartments and units. So all of that is being incorporated into the second version of the product that we're looking to launch next year by January, February. And lastly, we also be issuing contracts that will be stating the mode of operation between just suggestions and advice on how to operate and interact with people that we're matching with. And these contracts also clearly state where we using to be held, liable in case there are any issues at this point. So you clearly state that. In terms of value proposition, I think a question was asked around that. So one of it is quality and trust. And I like to use Airbnb as a reference point for this because we would love to do what Airbnb has done in their space in travel, in the rental space, such that I mean you want to rent out a space with Airbnb and you don't necessarily do an inspection of the apartment because you're sure of the quality based from the presentation of the apartments that are on the platform and in terms of trust builds trust with the brand and in terms of the presentation because right now we also realize that the presentation is not top notch and quality in terms of the rental markets and it's sort of pushes doesn't motivate people to make decisions in terms of how to get an apartment. Also, I mentioned we're trying to also reduce visits as much as possible to save time, energy, and cost. So that's what the quality and standard features will be doing, and also virtual tours of the apartments. We already have stats that we're building and incorporating for the second model to demo it for you to see, but it's basically also being pushed currently in the ongoing development of the product. Um, yes, and also we hope to like give near perfect matches that fits your preferences and um, options to get matched with the roommate. So all of those are like our value proposition to give people a personalized experience. And like I mentioned, with the matchmaking model, ensure that people get whatever is close to their match to reduce search time and the time to make their decision um, as well. And lastly, would be in terms of like our revenue model. So right now, if you're renting an apartment, there's a markup of about 30 to 75%. So if you're, for example, let's say you're renting an apartment of a million. We had a recent scenario like that. Someone wanted to rent an apartment that the rent is 1 million, and then the agents were asking them to pay 1.75. So that's like 75% on top of the actual value of the rent. And meaning that if you're having 1.1 million, it's really the feeling that it's really value and able to list that apartment on the platform. So we are definitely giving people value in terms of like being able to save. How we manage both sides of the market. So we facilitate the entire outsourcing process from search to interactions, and interactions are done on the platform via the in-message app as well as payments as well. And at the back end, we verify the apartments that are onboarded on the platform and then allow the seekers to then access them. The owners also would have like dashboards to track their payments, transactions via on all onboarded apartments. I remember Beatrice had demoed Grand drive to us during the course of SDC, and remember mentioning to her that we're going to look into the API documentation, which I've already discussed with my team, because we are looking to like integrate Grand Drive to like use it for the back office, the admin side of our operations. So that's like a recap of the questions I know that were asked earlier. I don't know if you have any further questions regarding.
Taiwo, you have any follow-up question?
No follow-up questions. I think thanks for the additional information provided, but I don't have any follow-up questions.
Thank you.
Yes,
Taiwo?
anyone who also had a question?
Tolu, you have
So,
a follow-up question?
yeah, I think right now there's no extra question. I think we've been able to go over most of the areas discussed, so that's fine.
Nice. And do?
Great on my end. Thank you. No questions.
Okay, thank you. That's the end of pitching. And at this stage, I want to allow our judges to retreat. In the meantime, Shalom and Emmanuel, you can stay on the call as we wait for them to come back. Guys, I appreciate your patience, and I hope you have the link to the other room. And if you don't mind, I can still share it to make it easy for you. So,
Yeah, please share.
there you go.
I think the link says that it's waiting for the meeting host to bring us into the call. So I don't know if someone has to do something on your side.
Shortly. Let me check on that.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so that's being addressed. My bad. So in the next 2 minutes, 1 minute, so that will be okay. So you can stay in the waiting room. So the next segment, that's for Emmanuel and Shalom. We just want to get your experience uh, uh, of the program, and so you can turn on your camera and unmute. And I'll start with you, Emmanuel. So when you were joining SDC, you did have some expectations, and my question is, how much of that do you feel was addressed, and is there anything that you'd like us to do for you post this stage?
I think,
Am
thank
I
you,
going
William,
first?
for that question. I think right now, I can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
William, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Yes, yes, SDC, the cohort has been, it's been very educative. It's helped me to move the business from where it was weeks ago to where it is now. I'm grateful for that amount of knowledge. I think that I desire to get help from SDC regarding putting together an advisory board. I think it's a very important milestone for us at Salvos Emergency at the moment. I do know that an advisory board signals seriousness and can also boost credibility, especially because of the 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 sectors in which we play in. Um, I think the second thing will be that yeah, my expectations for becoming for joining accepting getting accepted into the cohort has been met, and knowledge has been passed. I've experienced progress in the business, and I wish I wish it wasn't ending just yet. So yes, I think those are my thoughts.
I think the last question is
Can you hear me?
yes, I hear you. I hope you can hear me as well.
Hi, William. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. I can hear you. Hi, Manuel. What's happening? Hello. So, Emmanuel, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, so I could hear you, but unfortunately, you were not hearing me for some reasons. So,
Could you please repeat?
yeah, the last question, yeah. My last question was, I
Yes, could you
just
please
wanted
repeat
to
the last
know
question?
why would you, if you recommending someone for Launchpad is something you will do?
Yes, definitely. Um, Especially if the person is looking for um clarity, business model clarity, and organizational structure. I think that those advisory sessions that I attended with Cynthia helped me to not just again move from pre-revenue to post-revenue, but to structure the organization. Um, I mean, I do know that we're building something really good, but there are a lot of things that
a lot of mistakes I had made in the beginning that I have now come to see clearly, and I'm working at fixing them. There are also a lot of things that I have not done that we're not doing. Um, yes, so yeah, I think that is something. It's a SDC. The SDC Launchpad is something that I intend to recommend to as many people that I see that need this platform. Yeah.
Interesting. So probably the last question from me will come after Shalom has spoken. And for me, I really thank you guys for the dedication. You were always there, like this is what you wanted. You know, it's one thing to sign up for a program, and it is another thing to really commit to it and really be patient and trusting the process. And sometimes you know more than we thought you knew, but still you were able to follow the progress. So that was great of you. And I think I'll ask you the last question after Shalom. So, Emmanuel, you are frozen. I'm not sure if you can still hear me. Okay, then let me move to Shalom. So, Shalom, we are back to you.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Emmanuel. So let's hear Shalom's thought, and then we can come back to you. So, Shalom, how has been your experience with Launchpad? And first, I am jumping myself. Did you take the startup school modules?
Oh, yes. Startup school was my first introduction to Cynthia. That was in 2023.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Mhm. So, what brought you to Launchpad?
So I think initially after startup school, at the time I like participated in the startup school and took the modules, I was still in my final year in school at the time.
Yeah.
And so I, as much as I had made the decision, I knew I was going to be building units and like going into building units. I also wanted to do it at a time that I felt like I was going to have the focus in terms of like giving it the focus I needed. And I would be doing it, just learning and applying what it is I'm doing, not without having any form of other distractions. You get what I'm trying to say? So I know startup school was designed in such a way that it was self-paced, so I took my time into it and all of that. But the launch pad is more of hands-on. I mean, you are learning from the facilitators, taking lessons and insights and they are hoping that we implement them as soon as possible so that we can give feedback as soon as possible and see what growth looks like from the beginning of the program to the end of the program. You get. So I mean my advisory sessions, like we jokingly said in our course, I felt like therapy sessions with Cynthia from the first day, yeah. Um, were discussions around how we started and all of that. And I think for every advisory session, I left it more or less like homework or something to like do before the next session. So it was more hands-on, and I was happy I did it at this time because it gave me the flexibility to implement the things that I was learning and put them into action as soon as possible. So yeah.
So I'm just curious. Why would you recommend someone for of the Launchpad? Just one thing, because you've been through it. You know, you as a founder. For me, I have many reasons to recommend, but you as a founder, not on your shoes. So I'm just wondering, what would motivate you to recommend it to someone?
So I mean, you're asking what we will recommend me. Well, I've already started recommending. I already recommended the SDC long time.
Yeah.
Honestly, it was beyond what I like was expecting. I'm not I did not necessarily have any grand expectation, but like
Yeah.
it just delivered. beyond what I thought I could possibly gain from it. And so, um, in terms of, to just answer your question, like one thing that would make me recommend it is, I feel like, like Emmanuel rightly mentioned, for any founder that just needs clarity, that wants to be able to validate whether they should commit to what they're trying to build and get like they want accountability within a little a space for a period of time so that they can put themselves into it and validate as fast as possible and see if okay, do I want to pursue this? Do I want to keep pursuing this? I think Launchpad program is the program to like enroll in basically because it's a relatively short time, but then it allows you to be able to like get clarity and take actionable steps as soon as possible and then decide if they're in the right direction or if I need to like pivot or basically do something else. Yeah, so that's why I would recommend that.
Okay, thank you. So Emmanuel is also here. No, Anthony. And Anthony, you came with the 21 vest as an idea. I remember the first instance we were having a chat. We were having a chat, and I'm just curious. How much of an impact has the Launchpad been to you, and how did you manage to balance it? Because considering the fact that you are already in something, I think full-time work, and you're also we also have the Launchpad that is sometimes demanding at least 6 hours a week or 5.
You mean like how I balanced it?
Yeah.
I don't know if I balanced it, but I did my best. But the good thing is that it's not just me, right? So we're two, right? Me and Collins, and so even reminding ourselves to like complete this stuff or join the call, or in some cases one person joins. So it's been just being able to navigate the process between me and Collins and making sure we participate fully. Yeah, there's obviously a lot of value to gain, and we didn't want to miss out on any of them.
I think you missed one part of the question because I remember you came with an idea, and right now you already have partners, meaning that you are ready to go.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I came with an idea, and at the moment before the program started, we had like, you have a lot of like ideas on how to like move forward, but like the program itself helped us like streamline directions to follow and helped us pull like threads and talk to like customers, and like it has been I know even now I still feel as if we're trying to like touch different things, but imagine then it was even crazier. And right now we are now focusing on a specific idea and a couple of ideas, but through the program has helped us like define which direction to go now and then what to focus on in the future.
Oh, that's nice. So I'm thinking from so this is for you, Emmanuel. I'm thinking from product market. How much of this did you manage to get from us? And do you feel that you are now confident that you got it right?
I only heard the got it right part of the question. William, could you please repeat?
Yeah, so I'm still thinking from the product market fit, because I remember the first time we were having a chat with you, you had an idea and you had pitched first. I think you pitched it to me first, and you are still having many customers in your mind. But I was like, you need to just identify one person. And I think the sessions with Cynthia, one of them was all about this. So I'm still thinking or just curious how much of the product market fit were you able to get from SDC? And do you still need our help, or you feel you are now confident to address that?
Thank you. I think that we've hit PMF.
Yeah.
I think so. But I don't think that there's any time when I would stop needing SDC's help, Cynthia's help especially. Um, so I'm going to keep going back to Cynthia specifically.
Yeah.
Iterate and remove and add. But we know who our primary customer is. We know who our primary types of customers are, and I think, and we're already validating the product. We are validating the business and every arm of it, and not just validating with paying customers, but validating with people interested in partnering and all of that. So yes, I think we've hit PMF.
Sounds interesting. I think the last question, I think Olalode should speak first before I ask. So what happened? So I think it's Wi-Fi just dropped. Then let me just ask you guys who are here already. My question was, what support do you really need from us from this stage moving forward? So Emmanuel, because you are unmuted, I think you can go first. Like, what other thing do you want SDC to do that will be specifically for you, or if you look ahead, you think we should do to all our founders who have just gone through Launchpad?
I think the first thing would be more advisory sessions, a lot of advisory sessions. I think those advisory sessions, and everyone may not agree with me, but I think that advisory sessions did more help to me than the facilitator sessions.
Yeah.
Because in the facilitator sessions, our wonderful facilitators, they came to just basically talk. But advisory sessions with Cynthia was a back and forth. There was a two-way thing where Cynthia, I think I was one of the lucky ones who would do 1 hour, 2 hours with Cynthia. So maybe I've gotten greedy, but it really helped me it gave me a lot of clarity. So I think my advisory sessions is something that I am definitely looking to get, to push for. I've been finding ways to look for it and get it. And I would say funding, but I'm also learning, and it's one of the things I also learned in the advisory session again, that I started to really, because at first I just wanted funding, but now I can tell you why I want funding and what I want funding for clearly. Matter of fact, I'm no longer looking for as much funding as I at first thought I wanted or I needed. So yes, advisory sessions. It comes down to advising and advisory.
So you want that from today henceforth, we include you in our advisory sessions there. Okay,
Yes,
I'll see how we can do that. And thank you for your feedback. I think we have about 10 minutes more for our judges to get back. So, Dami, you'll stay for a minute before I can bring you on board. So I'll go to. Also, Shalom is still saying unlimited advisory session. Shalom, apart from these advisory sessions, what else do you want us to prioritize after this stage?
For me, I think aside from the advisory sessions, because to be honest, the advisory sessions are like sessions that Cynthia facilitated, like in quotes, do you understand? Like the sessions she had with us. I think the sessions that other facilitators, the guest facilitators also came on board to like help because it was very important. And beyond their sessions, it was actually really nice to like. I mean, I know I did a couple of personal reach outs to some of them. I connected with them on LinkedIn. I even reached out to Mr. Wisdom. I think I mentioned on the group a couple of days ago. I met him physically and I was able to have a conversation with him beyond the session that we had because we didn't have so much time to like talk. And I mean, he was willing to tell me that I can reach out anytime to like get any advice I might be needing in terms of like legal support and all of those things. So it's actually been really nice because I think all of the facilitators are actually like professionals and experts at what they do, and they really show that in like the sessions that they have with us. So it's been nice to like have um, maybe a couple of um, office hours with them, like after the launch pad itself, where we can check in again with them, let them know, oh, from the sessions they facilitated, this is what we learned. We've applied it, and this is what we're giving as feedback, so that they know that we are basically like applying the things that we learned from the session. And maybe if there's any further um, insight they might want to share, they can also give.
That's nice. Anthony, what else do you want us to do from this stage for you? As from today, you are departing SDC Launchpad.
Yeah, not to sound like a broken record, but like the having opportunity to like have access to those conversations we had during the advice session, like having access to Cynthia and others, maybe post this program, and also the bunch of other. And I think Cynthia hinted about this earlier on when she talked about helping people get into other accelerators or programs. So I think if there's opportunity like that we can also take advantage of, and if SDC can also help in preparing us for those kinds of opportunities, it would be great.
Okay, that's nice. So, Damilare, these founders that spoke just before you told us exactly what their experience has been and what else they want us to include post Launchpad, that is after today. I just want to ask you that in 3 minutes, um, give us your case. Our judges are back and we are looking to wind up. So, Damilare, if you are speaking, we can't hear you. Damilare Ololade.
Sorry, I didn't get your question.
Okay, in 2 minutes, what's your experience for SDC? Why would you recommend SDC to someone? And what do you want us to do for you, like to support you with post Launchpad? That is after today.
Okay. So my experience has been really great, and I think what kicked it in for me was my first advisory session. The fact that it was very personalized and I also got help from a place of empathy made me want to give like the cohort my best. So I would say like that really changed things for me. And if I'm telling anybody, I'm like, you're really going to get personalized one-on-one mentorship, which I think for us startups, because we're at different stages dealing with different things, to be able to get somebody to listen to you and help you, it was like, it really felt like um, a great achievement for a lot of us. It's beyond taking an online course, it's beyond using YouTube or anything there is. It's even, I even wanted to correct you that SDC is far better than Y Combinator Startup School. And maybe YC might want to change their model in the future, because this really drives impact, more impact than what just sitting and watching a YouTube video. So aside that, what you guys can do for us beyond the cohorts like this program, I think it would be maybe like intros and also publicity too. The way you can ride off the publicity of an incubator program. So, for instance, I was part of like Wema Accelerator, and it's everywhere. On my deck is there, on my socials is there, and people can connect to it because it's public. But if I say SDC Startup School, it probably doesn't ring a bell that much. So I think we all even need to do that collective, would I say, publicity ourselves, that, yo, guys, I'm part of this, blah, blah, blah. And I will say, lastly, intros, because you guys know a lot of people and you might be able to figure out that, oh, this guy can help this guy in a certain way and link them up. I think that would really go a long way, because the startup journey itself is something that will continually need to learn and learn and learn. Don't be surprised if you guys have maybe another SDC program, but now it's not for beginners, it's for people probably mid-level. I would want to join again, do you understand? So I think like for the fact that you know that it's a continuous journey where you need to learn and improve. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for all your positive feedbacks. And now I bring back all the judges, and they are on stage. So I'll allow each of them 2 minutes or one to speak, and then the final judge will take the mic. So who wants to start? Can I start with you, Ndo?
No, I think the judges can go ahead.
Okay, so Taiwo, were you the one to give us the verdict?
Oh, you want us to go through the verdict? I had proposed that we actually just give the feedback and then you do the honors, but do you want us to kind of rank them and or communicate the ranking?
Okay, sounds good.
Sorry, I asked you separate questions. So what do you want me to do now? Sorry, I didn't hear.
You can do the ranking so that we always leave here knowing who is the most promising based on how they pitched.
Yep, give me a second. Let me order our scores. I think I would just do it starting from first place, just because I think that's easier for me. So we looked at a number of different aspects when we were putting the ranking together. It was about the impact, the delivery, and their ability to respond to the questions that were being asked. With the top points across all three categories was University X. So well done to the founder and the team there. Coming in at a very, very close second, again, very marginal difference in scoring here was Pixo. Following that is Rumi, and then with the kind of follow-up entries, again, strong performance would be 21 Vest and then Salvus Emergency. So that's the order in which we ranked each one. University X, Pixo, Rumi, 21 Vest, and Salvus Emergency. And then we're happy to kind of share some feedback and recommended steps just to kind of provide additional context. One thing I do want to say, however, is that again, the rankings aren't a reflection of product, people, team, or anything. Like I said, there were criteria that was provided to the judges, and I like that they were abstract of the actual, like, is this a successful company or not, right? It was really just focused on impact, your delivery of the pitch, and the ability to respond to the questions and the follow-up questions that were being asked, right? So please don't take any of this as a reflection of the product, the idea that you're working on, the business you're trying to build. Again, you're in the company of founders. I know Ndu and Tulu are both founders at the moment. I've been a founder myself. I understand that, you know, taking an idea into kind of like taking something from an idea to a build or a product is not an easy task at all. So you're already winning by having these demos, pitches, and the ability to kind of articulate what you're trying to bring to this world. So please don't take this as a reflection of anything other than the delivery, the impact that you were able to communicate at this point, and also the responses to the questions that you were being asked. I really want to stress that. So please, well done to everybody. I think it was a solid effort. Being able to put these pitches together and standing in front of people that you might not know to really sell your dream, a dream that only you can truly understand and appreciate.
Okay, thank you, Taiwo. So do you want to just continue, because you were to give some insights and suggestions?
Yep. Yep, I'll go through. How do we want to do this? Do we want to do it a company at a time so that I can give and then the other judges as well can give? Does that make sense?
Sounds good. Yeah.
Perfect. So just starting with University X. So let me just go to my notes. So on University X, I think my rating generally was he was very kind of confident in his presentation and showed a lot of conviction in what the product he was building and what he was trying to sell. With regards to the questions that were being asked, I think the answers were very spot on and very succinct and really answered the questions directly. And it was clear who he was trying to serve, right? You know, the examples around, you know, the partnerships and building in the ecosystem, it tells me that, you know, there's some thoughts around defensibility, because when you're able to lock in these universities directly and some of these organizations, it allows you to really kind of own that space and raise the barriers to entry. I think I also saw it to be very unique or distinct from other products that are kind of like these digital edtech platforms. Just giving that the angle, at least that was pitched, was more, it's an extension of existing curriculum or universities versus like a standalone product. So again, it tells me that it's that the tie-in and the access and the distribution is readily available once they're able to successfully execute. So that's on the kind of basis for my assessment. In terms of like my recommendations for next steps, you know, I really did ask that, you know, what are your challenges for unlocking like the next level or that scale and the growth? And you mentioned the talent and the partnerships. I think to that I would say that, you know, you really want to craft a strategy or a partnership or distribution strategy and really go into the detail, right? Because once you start to lock in these partnerships, you're able to, one, take them on as design partners, right? So they're able to kind of provide feedback, collaborate with you on building the product that they want, but also they are more understanding of where you are as an organization and what you're trying to build, at which point that, you can actually lock them in before you deliver the product, because they would be supporting and collaborating with you to deliver that product as well, right? So definitely look to lock in these kind of anchor partners that will serve as your design partners. It also helps you have conversations with investors, incubators, and other kind of organizations to provide you with the tools, resources, and funding that you need.
Okay, that's so I'll go to Tolu. What do you have for University X?
Yeah, I think everything that Taiwo said, and just making sure that you have it clearly defined what your next steps are for your growth. So you want to just make it clear that you have your short-term goals and your long-term goals, and those short-term goals that you focus squarely on clearing any blockers that you have. So if it's a human capacity problem or you need to get creators or whatever, you need to clearly determine what the next steps need to be to get you to that point that you define as your next success. And then that allows you to plan for the next one after and the next one after. And as you mentioned before, you have a long wait list ahead of you. I think you and your team need to just make sure that you are able to get the right traction that enables you say, okay, you've made progress, and then you just continue to plot out that progress. And again, as he said, your delivery was good, the storytelling was good. I think if I think one thing you could that could be an advantage is sometimes when you pitch, you don't get to have like a lot of chances to answer a lot of questions at the end about how the platform works. So if you had a deck or a page or a slide that speaks particularly to how it works, you understand? That would be very helpful. So when you go through the problem, your solution, and then you eventually get to how it works, then it allows us to understand what do you mean by AI or gamification or all of those terms. Because typically when we listen or when your investors will be listening to you, they want to clearly understand or connect with what you are talking about very early. But eventually, I think your responses to the questions were strong and confident, and that's why we're able to clearly tell what you've been able to come up with. I wish you the very best on your journey. Thank you.
Okay, and what's your thoughts on University X and on Alode?
Yeah, hi. So great to see you came out at the top with this speech. And I also understand that from a comparison standpoint, that might have been a very strong advantage for you. But as Tolu said, storytelling is a bit of an act on its own too. So you want to make sure that the most important information, you want to keep the hook going, so you don't lose one's attention, whether it's by document or it's when you're literally pitching in terms of I know maybe video or audio, right? So my take would be you might want to also rethink around having a separate pitch for the purpose of just sending a document to someone as against the type they're going to use for the purpose of presentation. Because again, I think just thinking through the pitch deck, I think there were places where you'll probably able to talk about things rather than just have it, written and vice versa. Another thing I think you want to do is interest don't necessarily mean conversions. I can tell you that spot on. When we rolled out Brand Drive, we had I think we had over about 2,500 on our wait list, and having to make that migration from people saying they're interested to those people actually converting to users on the platform, paid or not, can be quite a journey. So you want to put a lot of measures in place for both conversion, but for more importantly, tracking various activities. I think SDC is well equipped to give you a lot of insight around that. I'm saying even post the cohorts. Internally, we've discussed around a couple of tools we've been shared with them. We're good to extend some of those tools to you to help you make sure that you're tracking the right data, so that from day one, as President would say, hit the ground running, right? So you don't want any surprises, or you don't want to feel like, if I had known this, I could have done it better. So that's the whole purpose of being part of the SDC cohort, to make sure that you're avoiding a lot of mistakes that probably a few of us have made in the past. And all the very best inherently what you're doing. Great work. Thank you.
Did I lose Ando?
No, I'm done. I'm done.
Yeah, so I think we are done with the first one. Would you want us to go to the next team?
Yeah, the next person. Yeah.
Okay. So I think the second team, I would start from here. Taiwo maybe you can go after or Indu. Was Pixel, and it was almost a tie. They were very close. And I think the advantage with their delivery was that the delivery was clear and simple, save the fact that I didn't know what the product was about. I saw, I think the advantage they have again was the pitch was very simple. There were few words on the decks, there were few slides, and they were able to walk through and get to the point of showing the traction and showing like the strong potential for what they are doing. But the challenge I had again was, irrespective of how simple that pitch was, it was a bit difficult for me to connect to really understand what the product does. And I think this is a reminder for us to take a step back and look at like the choice of like expressions that we use. Expressions, because for instance, there's an expression that says like streamline workflow for creatives. Yes, and then there's the chance that you can assume that I understand what that means, or Ndu understands it, or Taiwo understands it. And the reality is that when you have investors, there's a lot of words that we hear that, or when you have even customers, there are a lot of buzzwords that we hear. And when we hear these buzzwords, the truth is that it doesn't necessarily mean that we understand what you are talking about, but it could get you past the process. But I think what serves you the best is making sure that you are very clear. So an instance would be, even if you start with a catchphrase, or you start with a very simplified use of maybe buzzwords or whatever, there has to be a stage where you get to really talk about exactly how it works, to make sure that who you are talking to understands how value is being created, or what type of value is being created. Yes, and so I think that would have been a strong advantage. I think definitely you need to put in a lot of energy to put across those kinds of messages as well. There needs to be a lot of conviction shared, and confidence. And quite all right, the pitch was delivered confidently. Yes, but I didn't really understand what it was about until we got into the question and answer phase. So you could use some advantage there. Another thing is, some have seen a few products like this done before, and I couldn't understand the clear differentiation. I know Victor Fatomi has a company, I've forgotten the name of the company, that also does this kind of work for creatives. Um, and I've seen a few other products like it that kind of creates a Upwork-like solution to manage that forms a form of escrow, managing the delivery of creative work by um, creatives. Some of them also even going as far as actually allowing for some form of project management features for the creatives themselves. So I didn't really understand what the differentiation was early on. But I think if we took a step back and I quickly understood what the product was doing, then I would have understood maybe the other things I should pass them across at the end. So the advantage with the pitch again was the pitch was very simple. However, I still got lost. So I think you need to work a bit on making sure that the message is very clear in terms of the value that is being created. And the message seems very practical. Um, the next person can go to share their insights as well.
So, Taiwo, do you have something to
Yeah, I
say?
think I can just jump
Do
on.
you're speaking?
Yeah, hi. So for Pixel, I think you might want to look at things from two standpoints. From what was being
Do you are frozen? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
No, I think that might just be on your side, William. We can hear you.
Okay. While the story being sold is heavily centered around the escrow, because I also see that that's a little bit of where Tolu was tilting to, because that's exactly what's been sold. I also see that a large amount of why some of your customers, just looking through, are using you is centered around the value of just being able to say, you know what, there's an easy way for me to share creative work with my customers. So I get to shoot content for, let's say, someone's birthday party or someone's birthday shoot they want to send on your birthday, and I can upload it there, and the client just gets to pick it there, rather than doing a lot of WhatsApp sharing. Even the selection process, that's a very major advantage, especially within the photography or media space. So I think there are a lot of major value points around Pixel that's not been brought to light. Even if there's no industry context, but I think it's an important value to your audience and to your customers. So you're the best person to sell and share that story with your customers. So let the focus not heavily be just around the escrow and payments. That might be, again, you can also educate and tell us more. Maybe there's some data points you're looking at that that becomes a major value proposition why customers want to use you. But you want to be very clear around what are the measures that keep people very sticky within Pixel as an entire platform, knowing fully well that you need your defense mechanism when it has to do with competition, so that someone doesn't just layer a cloud storage facility and put a payment gateway as a middleware and basically be able to replicate your entire excellence, right? So I think you want to look at two things. Just look at, first of all, what are your strong defense, what are clear measures around how your stickiness happens with your customers, and more importantly, what are the strong measures for you to be able to maintain competitive advantage for your business. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks a lot, Andrew. I don't think I have too much to add on top of that. I think yourself and Tolu quite covered it quite comprehensively. I think the only thing on my side, I think again, Tolu, you kind of alluded to this already, is that I understood the product and I understood the value that was being delivered, just based on how it was described, I guess, or at least the service. I understood the service, but what I wasn't very clear on is like the gravity or the gravity of the problem and how much of a pain point is it? Like logistically, I understand the idea around kind of like supporting and creating this kind of workflow that enables creatives to earn. But whether that's a pain point that they will consistently pay for and how you're delivering it in such a unique way that they will continue to stay with you was just something that I didn't get from the pitch. But again, I think that's probably another variation of what Andrew just communicated or what Tolu had mentioned. So no additional points other than that. Okay. Since I'm off mic, we can kind of go to the next one, which was Rumi, if everyone's okay with that. For Rumi, my feedback on this one, or at least the notes that I have, was I think Rumi, you're taking the right approach. You're very specific and very clear on the market that you're addressing, at least that you're starting with, which is the student market, which means that it's very easy to conceptualize how big that market is and what the potential will be, and you can do a lot more. You increase the accuracy of anything that you're saying, whether it's forecasting. I think one of the areas that I struggled with a little bit, and again, on the criteria that we use to judge, again, relatively clear in your pitch. Also, again, spoke with a lot of conviction and really showed that you believed in what you were trying to solve or what you're solving. I think the area where I struggled a little bit with is that it felt like I think there's it felt like that there's an opportunity to dig deeper into the problem, right? And I'll give you an example of why I came to that conclusion. So throughout the presentation of the pitch, you did kind of draw some similarities between kind of like this whole matchmaking idea and how it's been able to work in Tinder, which I think is great for kind of helping me adopt the concept. However, I didn't quite feel like that was the right type of comparison to make, given that, again, for student rent, it's very short-term, temporary, and transactional, that maybe I would like to be match made to a landlord or an agent or to a property, but I don't know if as a student that's the priority that I'm looking at, right? And then the other thing around the idea of matchmaking, again, it wasn't something that you presented during the pitch, so it might exist, but it also doesn't feel like there are so many configurations of student housing to the point where we need this matchmaking algorithm to match people accurately. Again, with Tinder and with human beings, like there's so many different aspects, characteristics that I want in an individual that I'm being matched with. But when it comes to property and specifically for student housing, I don't think that they're built so with so much variety that there's an opportunity to really have that be your selling point, that we can uniquely match you to a property of your choosing or your configuration. In terms of next steps, I really do think that, again, you are onto something, and there is a big potential here. So I would encourage you to spend a bit more time kind of like going through the entire value chain and really understanding at each step of the value chain, what are the pain points, how big are those pain points, and which one is worth solving. And again, I think with Undu, during the questions as well, he did kind of allude to what that looks like in practice, right? He asked about the security aspect. As a student, right, I don't have that much money, so even though I'm okay staying anywhere, I do want to make sure that where I pay for, I have access to, right? So it's that the things around security and the due diligence and things like that. That's there might be opportunities to really own that space. And then again, it's a very clear ecosystem. If you start with students, then you tie into the universities, you become defensible. So it's similar to University X, where like that partnership does create a high barrier to entry, but the current problem you're solving, there's opportunity to go much deeper and really understand, like, is that what they say the problem is? And maybe there is something else bubbling under, and is that where you really want to spend more time? Thanks. I can hand off to Undu, or if you're available, or great.
Yeah. For Rumi, I think we've pretty much summed it up based on our conversation already. I think one more aspect to look at for Rumi specifically is the approach to even customer acquisition. You might want maybe that might be the differentiating angle in terms of the advantage you want to look at, because while yes, because I think before you even hit on specifically saying the student market, does this go beyond the student market for you in the long run, or is it going to just maybe holistically be benchmarked around the student market? Because that literally changes a lot of variables, and I get you're thinking maybe one step at a time, but you want to think around the spectrum of an entire company you're trying to build. Because even whether for the purpose of investors or just general mentors or advisors within your company, you're trying to build a company with the goal of ensuring that it lasts and solve a genuine problem. So is the angle around the student supposed to be a temporary first phase before you approach maybe a general base market, or do you want to just jump for that market head on? So I think those are things you want to think around, and then you want to also look at how do you intend to acquire these people, because that would change. If for the student market, it means let's get very practical. You see situations whereby a new claim building within the student environment doesn't literally even stay up to a week. The moment that house is finished, people are literally moving from maybe where they are to maybe a better apartment, if maybe the gap of the extra figure is not so much. So you see that you need to also look at, and it's interesting to say that you've talked about how you want to include the agents in this entire ecosystem, but you need to also realize that the agents are hell-bent on making money through that system of saying, come check this property out, come do an inspection. And and so it's not, they don't really focus so much on only the agency fees, but they focus a lot on making that small cash of 2K or 5,000, whatever the figure is supposed to be, on every inspection. So how do you intend to curb and manage that relationship whereby you're literally most likely going to be taking food out of their of them, and I mean as agents, but at the same time you need to work with them, because most of these landlords will just hand over these properties directly to these agents, and then you need to now work with those agents to be able to again deliver your business model. So for me, I think you want to just like Tawa said, you need to dig in deep a little bit around the problem and understand where your big advantage can come from as a business.
Yeah, thank you, Undu, for that part. I was also going to just lay some emphasis on that part about the relationship with agents. I have had some experience working with um, um, people building in the real estate space, and we all get the problem of rent. Yes, and I think that's the unique advantage here: the fact that the problem exists and it persists, irrespective of the different people that have tried to come into the space to solve the problem. And so there's an opportunity for you to solve it, but you have to be very careful to make sure that your approach is very practical. An example is agents are strong stakeholders in this system. So the question is, you have to ask yourself, who are you? Are you an agent? Are you working with an agent? When you work with the agent, how do you make money? Do you make money after you found the first person to get the space from the agent, and then you help that person find the second person, and then you make money from that kind of secondary transaction? Or is it better for you to start sourcing your own locations and then handling the entire transaction, so you make more money from it? But the reality is this: it's easier to say, I will get agents, I will find people, and we'll match them, and that's all. It's easier said than done. So the reality is this: I think you should just get your hands into the mud there, like get into building it, see how it works, actually relate with them, do transactions. Don't just, and I think the earlier you can get away from just getting people on a wait list, because this is a human problem. It's not just a technology problem. And the evidence for it is this: that if you go to, for instance, universities, you've chosen a very nice customer segment to focus on first. If you go to universities, already people have the way they solve these problems today. Yes, and there's data that comes out of that. There are even students that are agents. I had when I was in university, I had friends that were agents, and I know how they related with one another and how they did these transactions. And so the better thing is not to focus first on maybe building technology, all of that. It's actually to get into that, to get on the field with them and actually try to execute transactions with them and learn from those transactions, learn from those experiences of trying to match people, learn if or not this social experience experiment would work from actually doing. So if you have people on your wait list, I encourage you to quickly get them off your wait list, get them to actually do transactions, learn from what is happening, and know where to go next. And again, I will remind you, the problem of rent is a valid problem. The approach to solving it is what might differ. The problem exists in Lagos, it exists in Imo, it exists in Lokoja, wherever you are in Nigeria, anywhere in the world. Um, let's see you try to create small experiments to test out these ideas of yours to see if they work and see if you can build something very great out of them. That's my advice. And I think I will just move on to the next team on the list, and which is let me check, sorry, and then the rest of the guys can go, which is 21 Vest. Um, I like the idea. Of course, it's a crypto idea. There have been a lot of people that have built solutions in this direction, and I have worked in this space as well for a while, and so it's very relatable. But the question is, like, it's it's just being done right now. Yes, and there needs to be a lot of conviction on why it is the right thing to do, like why you are joining the list of many platforms that claim to simplify um, um, crypto transactions for people. So the reality again is this: I must say, your deck was very simple. Your communication was clear and simple all through the presentation, and you shared your reasons for pursuing this space. But the interesting fact remains that with the strong competition that is in the space and the fact that even a lot of incumbents are falling off, yes, and in fact, your actual infrastructure provider, your infrastructure partner, which is Quidax, is even actually competition to you. You understand? You want to be careful to understand why you are pursuing this right now and what the advantage will be. Yes, and the differentiating factor will be. Because I will show you a platform like Luno. I was at Luno some years ago. Yes, and at that stage, they had the simplest platform to onboard Nigerian customers, and they had over 4 million customers on the platform. And the experience was simple. They don't offer a lot of crypto options. They only just allowed you buy and sell. Today, they now have bundles, which is a number of crypto, the top performing cryptos also stacked together in a bucket, as you said. And so the question is, why should you build the same thing? Yes, and what is your, where did you get the conviction from, and what makes you the right person to build in that space? Yes, and I think if you have thoughts about it, I think you should just, if you still have very strong conviction to go on building it, I think the best thing to do is just build it and get it out and in the hands of people, and really see if there's something good that can come out of it in terms of like maybe you are able to distribute, maybe you can get an advantage in terms of distribution, or you are able to lock in a new segment of customers. Maybe those would be unique advantages. An advice I have for you is this: I think you should quickly try to find out how quickly you can launch. And when you launch, as you work towards launch, I think you should find a segment that you want to reach out to or approach, and then get the product to them and see how the reception goes. And the typical thing in crypto is you need a lot of marketing to go behind it, and you need some growth to happen. And then on top of that, that's when you start realizing what your earnings will be in terms of like the slim margins that you have to split between you and your providers. So I think it's an interesting challenge. I think you should just like tinker a bit about the conviction to solve the problem, to address this problem. And if you can find that conviction within you, I think you need to go really hard and have clarity about who you intend to serve and why you are serving them. Those are my words of advice to you. Thank you. I think Undu or Taiwo could go next.
Yeah, I'll just jump right in. Mine's going to be short. I think similar to I think I already asked this question during the Q&A. I think there's likely a deeper pain point that the customers are facing that I would encourage you to explore. It sounds generic, maybe, or maybe not very kind of like specific, but it's because great companies are great because they have this one problem that they're solving that is really a huge problem. And then when we then kind of hear about them, or when they scale, we see that they're doing multiple other things. But generally, they started with the one problem that they needed to solve, right? Whether that's Amazon and really understanding that, you know, people needed to find a way to buy these books, and then they started with that, and then now they're known for something else. But the initial kind of scoped problem, at least to my understanding, around like the uncertainty around crypto or the trust and the volatility and things like that, those are issues that people kind of communicate and raise. But when it comes to the people who want to actually buy crypto, I suspect that there may be some other underlying problems that have manifested themselves in some of the things that I just mentioned. So encourage a bit more in terms of like really deep diving again across the value chain, identifying where the main pain point is and how and which of those are worth solving. Thanks. And did you have anything to add, or should we?
No, I think we can just move into the next. You all did justice to the feedback already. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to kick us off with Salvus then?
Okay.
I can do it if you want. Yeah.
Yes. No. Great. Let me just go ahead. So I think for Salvus it took a while for me to, and I think when you finally answered the question of saying you're providing emergency services, that gave clarity to that. However, I also think your delivery. So let's look at how some of the benchmarks we use, right? So the impact delivery, which is the most very important part, because you're going to see a lot of this. As a founder, you're probably going to pitch God knows how many times, whether you're raising funds or not. But you're going to have to even pitch to your customers. You're going to pitch to different individuals. I think you need to really work a lot around pitching. And understand that at the end of the day, the story you need to tell is not one that needs to be scripted. It needs to be something that comes not just from the heart, but it needs to feel like it's a conversation. You're literally trying to give me clarity around what it is that you've decided to commit yourself to doing. If you can't do that without having to, maybe multiple times check your notes, and I get references are good, right? But if that falls all the way to your problem, it shows me that you're not really prepared for the conversation. So I think the first thing you want to really focus on is really dig deep into what exactly you're solving, and let that not be some level of facade or anything. It needs to be very clear, it needs to be very direct, and it doesn't need to feel scripted. It just means we need to understand what you're trying to commit yourself to, right? Because it's a very important part of your entire business model. I think the next part is the number of things, concerns you need to look at when it has to do with delivering that entire value chain, because you have a number of players that are important to making this a success, and you're dealing with people's lives. And you're dealing with lives when it has to do with their moments or their moments. So you really want to, and I understand that you're putting a lot of responsibility around that, but that responsibility isn't just around looking at the technology alone. You also need to look at some of the human factor. I think questions around, for example, who owns the vehicles, how is that relationship managed? Because all of that is going to play into the business model, especially around your accounting. So how are you, it's good to get context around that. So for example, you could say, again, correct us if we're wrong. You could say things like, while we're providing these ambulances and the service itself, the vehicles belong to us because technically that's going to be depreciation over time in those vehicles. How widespread is that distribution going to go? Are you setting up with specific cities? Because now it means that just within, let's even say the city of Abuja alone, despite the fact that you have maybe less traffic compared to Lagos, you're going to see, if someone basically have an emergency in, let's say, Gwarinpa against someone having an emergency in Katampe, it's literally quite a distance, right? So how much deployment of vehicles are you going to have on the road? Again, combine that with all of your staff in terms of management, in terms of like you're going to have to drive expert drivers to drive people safely in them when you're having those emergencies, medical experts to render those services. So there's a lot of workforce that's required to make the business model work, and that's not technology. How much of that are you thinking around, and how is that coming into context within the conversation of your business? So I see those things missing, and I see them quickly skipped away even within a pitch. So you need to remove that angled around things being scripted and really talk about the real problems and how you're solving it. Even if it feels a little bit mechanical, it's fine as long as you're solving the problem. Everything doesn't necessarily need to be fixed. I'm sorry I'm the one saying this, but coming from someone who spends a lot of time with data and AI, it plays a major advantage with technology. But if certain problems is a human problem that AI and technology can fix, you need to also look at that, right? Because at the end of the day, we're all people, and we want to make sure that you're caring about these individuals that you're rendering the services to. Thank you. That'll be all from me.
Yeah. Thanks, Ndu. And I would want to also step in just right there. I think that you are actually doing quite a lot of different things. Yes, and um, they are a lot of different things that are difficult even for established businesses to tackle all at once. So you may need to take a step back and just review your whole strategy. And I think the advice from me is for you to focus, choose the things that you want to focus on, choose the things that you want to be great at. Because, of course, it's if not for the question that was asked by Undo at the later stage where we started discussing the fact that it seems that you are you run a service for first responders. It seemed that you were doing you working on APIs, connecting to ERMs, working on visas, helping people access visas. Those are a lot of divergent issues that maybe all are under the health umbrella, but it's difficult for anybody to be able to do everything mentioned and do them all at once greatly. So I think the best thing you could do for yourself maybe is with your team, take a look at all these spaces and choose the problems you want to focus on. And it's also very important to understand that some of the things that you've discussed, they are related to infrastructure. And when infrastructure doesn't exist, yes, and then ideas turn into wishful thinking. Because by the time you start executing, you hit roadblocks and you can't move them. An instance of infrastructure is if you have communities where there are no roads, or communities where there's no internet, or you say you want to service mothers, but mothers don't even have they have feature phones and they don't even know the code of your USSD. Now you have to think about access to them, to reach them. Are you going to advertise on radio? Are you going to share pamphlets everywhere? It becomes a complex problem to solve alongside your being able to support events and maybe having like a first responder unit, and then you coordinate that while also processing visas and allowing people travel. So I think you just really actually need to choose your struggles very early on. Choose those struggles and do very well at them. And when you serve your customers, your early set of customers very well, for instance, even if it's just the event guys, or if you partner with hospitals and you are the one helping them provide access to vehicles, listen, if you do that just right and you do it well enough, then you get the financial impetus, you get the backup to be able to diversify at the end. But you shouldn't spread yourself too thin too early. So please look at that with your team, choose your struggles, and I wish you the very best.
Cool. And I'll just wrap up on my piece. I think a lot of the notes I had, I think between Indo and Tolu, they both said it. I definitely had the kind of the pitch needing some work around like reading off the slides versus like, again, really just out of sheer conviction, really pushing that. And I know for most of the feedbacks, I've said that because I've worked in, at least in the startups that I worked in, right? The narrative and the storytelling plays a huge part in really convincing your investors to invest or to get, the type of talent you want to come and join you, even though you might not be able to afford to pay them a lot. Like narrative building is such a big skill, and that usually comes from having such strong conviction about what you're trying to build and deliver. So forgive me if that's kind of like my go-to for everyone. It's because I've seen founders really sell stories and attract talent that allows them to execute what they need to execute. And I've seen founders who have really great ideas, but couldn't convince the best people to come and work for them. So that's one piece. I think the second piece was that, again, already said, broad problem base. Everything does sit under the health umbrella, but they are distinct, they're individual, and they have different customer bases, right? Your Visa service, for example, definitely doesn't sit with the bottom of the pyramid kind of user base in the country. However, the emergency care might sit with the bottom of the pyramid kind of mass market space, right? So, the strategies, the positioning, the brand, the product, the pricing, everything will be determined by who the customer is and what they need. But when you're, as an organization, serving two different customer bases, it's hard to sell that. Second, and probably the last one from me, is, I guess a follow-on that is that, at Amazon, we had this idea called a single threaded leader. And the idea was that for every problem, you had one person whose sole duty was to focus on that and really engage with the problem and drive all of the solutions for that problem. At Revolut, they have a similar thing which helps them really drive this kind of high product velocity, where it's like you just get a team of specialists specializing on this thing, and their goal is to move it as quickly as possible, iterate as fast as possible. Very difficult to do when your problem base is large and the solutions, products, or models are so disconnected as well. So I do agree with Undu in terms of I think Tolu mentioned as well, in terms of like, actually, which of these problems should we start with, and let's just get everyone to deliver on that. I understand that if I was to hazard, if I was to guess, I think the other parts of it do bring in this kind of working capital that you need to keep the business going. So I can imagine your events business allowing you to continue to kind of invest in the other parts of the business. That's fine. Then continue to do that. But when you're pitch the thing that you want people to invest in. I need to know what I'm investing in. The events business might not need an influx of cash because, it's very kind of sales driven, and you get paid as and when you deliver the service, and there's no overhead cost and running costs. You kind of get people involved when it's necessary, but kind of consolidating them doesn't make it a stronger product or a brand. It actually kind of dilutes the kind of the idea of like, this is where the money is going into. I do think that there's an opportunity here, even with the data. With the data bank that you have, I think there's a huge opportunity in really like solving problems around like, where are the hospitals, what services do they have, and how to really optimize for people going to the right places at the right time. So you definitely have a business idea. The question is like, which one do you want to focus on? But that's it. So like, again, for everyone who's we've had the privilege of listening to your pitches, I think really great job, and good luck in your endeavors.
Okay, so thank you so much to all our judges, and to you guys who went through the entire program and have had this courage to pitch to us. We wish you all success, and as the judges says, this does not define the beauty or the ugliness of your business, so to put it. But you reached this stage first because you identified there is a problem, and you then identified a solution. So what's next? Refine it. The feedbacks has been quite clear and elaborate. I hope this helps you guys. SDC Startup and SDC Launchpad wants to thank all of you for your time and dedication, the selflessness that you've demonstrated. And I beg to stop here unless someone has something else to share. So if there is none, you can leave at your convenience. Thank you so much. Madam Cynthia had another event, so please receive her apologies. She could not stay with us to the very end. And she could also not be part of the judge because of conflict of interest. She has been part of the team that groomed the founders. So thank you. Okay, cheers, bye.
Yeah, bye guys. Bye.
Cheers.